which wouldn't be awful. South Carolina and at Vandy, their next two conference games, but they're at Florida State on that Friday night after Thanksgiving.
Who killed Miami.
They destroyed Miami. So I don't know if I would think Florida wins the game at Florida State. Maybe a toss-up. I think Florida State's probably the better team there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's do our stock report. Rockstar, hit the open, man.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Hey, and it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa on the Strip. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama.
All right, Brownie, start us off today. What do you have?
My stock up is Hugh Freeze. Rockstar, that's freezing breath on the Liberty Flame.
That's what that is? Okay, looks like kind of like a mushroom, a black mushroom.
No, mushrooms aren't sideways. They're up and down. Hugh Freeze, Liberty is 8-1, 37-36. Wake losses their only loss. They led that game in the fourth quarter at Wake, went for 2 late and the win, didn't get it, lost by 1. Otherwise, they'd be undefeated right now. Hugh Freeze stock is way up. And my stock down is the Clemson offense. They're 62nd in total offense, 405 a game. 73rd in passing offense, 231 a game. 49 in rushing offense, 174 a game. Once one of the more feared offenses in college football is stuck in mud right now.
What about you, LT?
I've got Hugh Freeze, too. Look
at
guy
that.
is 8-1 this year. I think they are going to be the Group 5 representative when it comes to a New Year's Six. He's 34-12 in 4 years there. Been very impressive. My stock down is going to be Oklahoma State. By the way, Auburn needs to hire Hugh Freeze.
Hugh Freeze, not Mike Gundy?
No. Stock down Oklahoma State. I mean, this was a team that was 5-0. They've lost 3 of the last 4. Got completely embarrassed last week against Kansas State. I know they were starting a backup quarterback this week against Kansas. Defense gave up 37 points. That defense under Derek Mason is light years different than it was last year under Jim Knowles.
I give you an obvious side and then my real ones. The obvious stock up is Brian Kelly and LSU, and stock down is Alabama with 2 losses. You can only go down from where you were. So Brian Kelly, LSU's on the way up. Over here is what my normal one would have been if the world was still full of sunshine and lollipops with Alabama on top of college football. Illinois, bad loss to Michigan State. Down 8 players, and State got them this week, right?
Why is their stock up?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too many stocks down. Illinois stock should be down. Dabo also. That quarterback situation also stock down with the I had too many stock down. My arrows started going in different directions.
That's okay. It's an overreaction Monday, but you're right about Illinois. That's a terrible loss to Michigan State.
State.
No doubt.
And the West is still wide open now, right?
I think
in the Big Ten?
Illinois should still win this. They need to get back on track with Purdue this week. I mean, the unfortunate thing is that was going to be a fun game, Illinois-Michigan.
Yeah,
at least going into it.
They've still got a game over Wisconsin, Illinois does.
40-13, Michigan beats Illinois, it seems
Maybe,
like.
But, Michigan was down at half to Rutgers, and then they turned it on.
But Dabo's quarterback situation, because he, by sort of bringing in Klubnik to win that Syracuse game, even though he didn't play great, that now became the silver bullet that's going to save the program, right?
Yeah. Well,
and now it doesn't look like, he's in a situation now where he's pulling them in, pulling one out, putting one in, that's a bad place to be, and that's where they find themselves right now. They're in the market for a future quarterback, I think.
Like transfer portal?
Or whoever their next big recruit is coming in.
You talking about Clemson?
Yeah.
I think Klubnik's going to be fine.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What have you seen that tells you that?
Well, I mean, I listen to guys like, and we'll get more into this week, but, I mean, Luganville scouted this guy.
I know, but I haven't seen anything that tells me.
Well, I mean, that first game against Georgia Tech. I know it's Georgia Tech.
That's garbage time, Georgia Tech, too. When it's mattered, that guy hasn't really done anything.
We'll see. He did. He came in and did what he had to help with Syracuse, did what he had to help with Georgia Tech. We'll see if it can be his program as they move forward. Uyunglele and them got it handed to them. Really, that defense did by the Notre Dame rush attack this week. Really physical game for Notre Dame at home against Clemson. All right, fun Monday overreaction show. Always love those. We'll do them again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't forget a live version of Next Round Cocktails with Rockstar, Brittany, and Kelly today. What time again, Rockstar? Around 3:30-ish?
3:30-ish.
Yeah, 3:30-ish. Live on our video platform. Set those alerts. And we're about to record another mystery 5th hour for you. So that'll be coming your way soon this week, too, right here on the Double Down Media platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Basketball season started last night in the around the country. I mean, you had a big game in Tennessee between Memphis and Vandy. Vandy, the only SEC loss last night. Memphis, a really good opponent. Drew Timme still playing college basketball. He had 22 from Gonzaga as they beat North Florida last night. New looks for Auburn and Alabama. Familiar face for UAB and Samford as they all win. We'll get to basketball a little bit later in the show. Ravens and Saints last night on Monday Night Football. And a familiar face there, Kenyon Drake, big for the Ravens with a couple of touchdowns. And that Baltimore team, with their additions at the trade deadline on defense, looks pretty good as they head towards the playoff. And with Josh Allen's injury out there, all of a sudden the AFC is up for grabs a little bit.
That was my AFC championship prediction before the season, Ravens and Bills. And now Josh Allen's kind of an unknown. But the Ravens have won 3 in a row. They got to get healthy, though. Gus Edwards is out. Mark Andrews, which is such a big part of that offense, he's out. Didn't matter because Andy Dalton is awful.
Didn't you last minute go to Ravens winning the Super Bowl? Didn't you make that pick last minute?
Well, I think Dunaway, the way he worded it is if you wouldn't go with the Bills, who would you go with?
Okay.
And
Exactly.
I would go with the Ravens.
All right. There you go.
But now I'm saying the San Francisco 49ers win the Super Bowl. Yeah. I'm pretty convinced. You can get them at 10-1, too.
Over the Bills, and obviously the Josh Allen UCL injury. I don't know how long that takes to heal.
Hey, last time he had one, it was 4 weeks.
Was it?
You know, and here's the thing I would look at more so with that. They're gonna make the playoffs regardless. But if they can't get home field, I mean, how different is it them going to Miami and Miami going to Buffalo in January?
Oh, it's huge that time of year because of the heat. Yeah. I mean, if you had to play somewhere like at Miami, that would be a significant difference than playing in Buffalo.
And can it completely get healthy? Because Josh Allen continues to run the football. That wasn't the cause of the injury, but he puts himself in harm's way as well. So can he be healthy when it's that time of year at the end of the season?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this stat, though, but 25 of their 28 offensive touchdowns have been either a Josh Allen rush or a Josh Allen pass.
I saw that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so, I mean, that guy is that good. And, you know, I mean, going back last year, one of the best games we saw in the divisional round with Buffalo at Kansas City, you know, if that game's in Buffalo, maybe it's
maybe it's different. Yeah.
We start things off on the college side with Dan Lanning's comments yesterday, right after we get Nichols Outfitters out of the way here. Nichols Outfitters want to get your shopping for the holidays out of the way. Nichols Outfitters is there for you this holiday season.
They are, and they're cleaning out the good news right here at the end of the year. They're cleaning out all that 2022 stuff to make room for the 23 stuff, so you save big. That's the upshoot for you. 30 to 50% off select items there at Nichols Outfitters. Get there, though, quick and get what you want because somebody might get it first. Nichols Outfitters, they're clearing the shelves, so help them do it. 30 to 50% off select items now until 2023. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
The question last night to Dan Lanning about a report over the weekend that there was mutual interest between Dan Lanning's side, the Oregon head coach, if you don't know who that is, former national championship winning defensive coordinator at Georgia and an assistant at Alabama as well. Interest between Dan Lanning's side and the Auburn side on this job opening down at Auburn. Here's Dan Lanning's answer to that question in his weekly news conference for the nationally ranked Ducks.
Over the weekend, there was a report that you had mutual interest with Auburn. I was curious if you'd like to address that.
Yeah. First off, I'll say when things like this are going to come up when you have team success and when you do your job and things go the way they're supposed to go. That's credit really to our team. That being said, I think there's a little bit of a problem in society today with people looking for what's next and where there's an opportunity. And the reality is, the grass is not always greener. In fact, the grass is damn green in Eugene, right? And I want to be here in Eugene for as long as Eugene will have me. This place has everything that I could possibly ever want. My family could ever want. I've got an 11-year-old that's lived in 8 states. The last thing I ever want to do is leave, right? So I want to enjoy this opportunity here. It's been a phenomenal place for us. And when you talk about things that align, things that match your vision for what you're looking for as a head coach, Oregon checks every box for me, right? So when other people, I think history maybe shows that this is a great place to be and not a great place to leave. I want to be here.
Well, a lot in that. First of all, at the back end, history shows this is a great place to be, not a great place to leave. A little shot at Chip Kelly there.
Yeah, probably a little bit. He looked like a superhero between those wings.
He did. He looked like he could fly.
Weird. Brown, I know you said it yesterday. You never believe what a coach says.
Nope.
I think there is something, him bringing his daughter into the mix and saying an 11-year-old, 8 different states. I didn't believe he would leave Oregon based on the mess Auburn is right now anyway, if he was to get that offer, especially after 1 year. And you start to look at this Oregon roster, they've got some opportunities, this year still to get to a college football playoff. Bo Nix can come back yet next year.
There's something, though, about that Oregon job I don't know that we see.
It's probably the hidden politics. Like the Auburn politics seem to be out in the open. There might be hidden politics behind the scene. I don't know what it is either.
But it seems like you got a dictatorship at that one, though. I mean, you got a one-rule guy there. I don't know how many.
Yeah, I mean, it's Phil Knight and everybody else.
Yeah. At Auburn, I think it's a group of people, and that's true at almost at any school, really. Not the dictatorship, the group of people. So I don't know, man. There's something weird about that job, though. Too many guys have bailed on it. When it's in the same exact shape it is right now, too many guys have bailed on it for there not to be something we don't know about, I think.
But if you start going back, Mario Cristobal went back to his school. You would understand that in Miami. Willie Taggart left to go back to his region of the country, where he was a dog in recruiting. So he got the Florida State job. And at the time, Florida State pretty close to coming off a national championship compared to Oregon.
Closer.
Never had it, right?
He replaced Jimbo, who had Florida State at least in better shape than it is currently.
Yeah. So those two. And then before that, was it Helfrich who got fired?
Helfrich got fired.
Wasn't doing a good job. And Chip Kelly left for the NFL. And the guy before that retired because he was tired of coaching.
No, he'd coached forever. He built him up, took him over from Rich Brooks. So
it's not like there wasn't fairly good reasons for leaving. It wasn't like, it appeared to be a stepping stone job. In fact, it's the opposite. I think they went to at least lateral or step back jobs. I mean, Mario Cristobal took a step back job wise. Now, I know it's his alma mater, but it is definitely a step back job wise right now. And, Taggart, that was at best a lateral move at that point. So, I mean, it's just, I don't know. There's something weird when you see guys like that seem like they're set up to have success, and Taggart was there no time at all.
Yeah, to me, Dan Lanning, after 1 year, it would take an elite job.
I mean, I tweeted that last night. I believe he'll be an SEC coach sometime, just not this year, for this job.
Yeah, I mean, if Kirby Smart got hit by a bus, I think Lanning would be an obvious choice.
It'd be an unfortunate way to lose a coach as well when you're doing that well.
I don't know if we've ever lost a coach.
I don't think so, especially.
How do you break that story? We got breaking news.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Well, wait a minute.
Georgia, Alabama, Texas A&M.
Yeah,
those are the ones he would leave Oregon for.
I will say A&M is interesting because I still believe that they're going to get Jimbo out this year. I know nobody else believes that because of the money, but again,
start stacking money on. Dan Lanning's got a $14 million buyout. So no matter what you're buying out your guy for, you got to throw $14 million at Oregon to get him out.
Can I make a weird observation though about what Dan Lanning said? You brought it up about the kid living in 8 states. You always dissect these things like, oh, you can't go back because he said that. Technically, if he took the Auburn or Alabama job, that's not a new state. His kids already lived in Alabama. So you can say,
if he's got good representation or just common sense, he probably could use that.
And he coached at Sam Houston State, so he could take A&M and not add a new state.
But if you're going to pay the $85 million on Jimbo, you can pay another $14, $18 million.
It's unlimited.
I'll never forget this
paper money.
And this is one of those, you have those early childhood memories, but I remember after Smokey and the Bandit, one of my dad's friends had bought a Trans Am like the Bandits.
With the Phoenix on it and everything?
He didn't have the Phoenix on it. And I remember him saying that it cost like an extra $500 for the Phoenix. And I'm like, woof. Yeah, if you're going to spend this money for the Trans Am, you got to have the bird on the hood,
You
right?
don't look like the Bandit?
Well, that's our go-to line when we're doing these auctions for charities, right? If you got one person who bids $2,500 for one, then this person bids $2,700 for the other, and we're looking for $2,800, you just say it's just $300 more dollars.
Yeah, you've already bid $2,500, $300 more.
It really is. But I mean, if Dan Lanning if that's the guy you want, then you go after him. Anyway, I agree with you. I think he would take Texas A&M.
Yeah, Texas A&M, Georgia, Alabama.
Yeah.
Three different jobs. LSU isn't coming open anytime soon. We don't know if the other jobs ever come open either. Interesting from Dan Lanning last night on that Auburn search. Continue to follow our buddy Justin Hokanson, Auburn Live on 3 Sports for the latest in that. Speaking of Auburn, Carnell Williams with a news conference yesterday, getting ready to be the head coach for the first time. at Jordan-Hare Stadium, the interim head coach of his Auburn Tigers. This part of our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru today brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven, LT.
Yeah, Pete Flack and those guys do such a great job. Incredible food since 1982. Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshake sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. It is Hamburger Heaven.
First off, Carnell Williams having to manage this team through a comeback attempt in Starkville, getting ready for Texas A&M, opened as the favorites. But the coaching search is going on around him, around the complex. So Carnell Williams asked about the coaching search and his role in it and everything going on at Auburn. Here's Carnell yesterday.
You know, a lot of fans, a lot of people, even us adults, kids, worrying about the next move, worrying about who the next coach gonna be. Honestly, I'm not even focused on that. I'm focused on these kids and this coaching staff. I'm truly focused on just bringing that energy, just pouring into these kids' lives. So honestly, I can't even think beyond this moment. I want to sit in this moment and live in this moment. Because, Lord, no, I never dreamed of anything like this.
He's going to sit in the moment this weekend at Jordan-Hare Stadium. He's going to take a moment to soak it all in when he comes out as the head coach at Jordan-Hare Stadium, what most Auburn fans are hoping will be a packed house for Carnell.
I mean, good for him. I guess it's almost like living, I don't know if it was a childhood dream of his, but it probably at some point became, like he said, one of those things you never thought you'd be the Auburn coach. And you hate it's under these circumstances, and you hate that you've got it, and you're probably not going to be considered to be permanent. But you never know what happens in life, man. I mean, maybe this interim coaching job leads to something that leads to something, and one day Auburn's like, hey, you remember how Carnell looked when he was the interim, and then he went on here and there. Let's hire him. I mean, you never know, right? That's why you work your tail off when you do it, because you never know what happens.
Speaking of working your tail off, Carnell Williams – about Mississippi State the other night. They lost the game, but he liked, as much as you can, the way they lost the football game. Here's Carnell Williams.
We all do respect. I would rather lose that game the way that we did and seeing them kids come together the way that they did versus us win that game and some of the same things go on. So I told them kids, I know we lost, but it's a win for us. If them kids fight like that, they gonna win in life.
All right. The big picture thing is they won some games early on, the Missouri game and the 2 layup games early on. And he was saying, I'd rather lose a game the way we fought for each other the other night than win the games, those 3 games, the way we won them earlier this year.
I mean, I can see some of that. I mean, I don't know if there's quality losses so-called in basketball. I don't know if there are in football. But watching the way they fought and, having John Samuel on talk about it yesterday in the locker room, how much that meant to this team. I'll just say this. Dante Williams was the interim coach for USC last year. And he was the associate head coach, and he got pulled up, and there were ups and downs after Helton was fired. And he got retained by Lincoln Riley because he knew the program, he had passion, he could recruit. Whoever takes this job over would be an idiot not to have Carnell on that staff.
And I think they will.
Yeah.
I mean, you see that a lot of times. A new coaching staff comes in, they want at least some sort of connection to the recruiting that was going on. So, yeah, I think you'd be crazy not to include Carnell in another staff. And I probably would think it's highly recommended by whoever's doing the hiring, right?
Yeah, probably so.
Maybe not like you're only getting the job if, but, hey, when you get this job, we do want you to consider this guy very strongly.
Our early blush, one of the most difficult games on the board to handicap.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, Auburn -1.5 against A&M. who knows what happens.
It's difficult if Harson's the coach, much less O'Caddy.
You can't pick that game with a magic 8-ball.
No.
You don't know what's going to float up to the top.
Is Wegman starting, you think?
Connor Wegman's the announced starter yesterday from Jimbo Fisher at his news conference yesterday, coming off the flu. Auburn, of course, lost offensive tackle Austin Troxell. Knee injury is going to cost him the rest of the season. That from the news conferences yesterday. One more here on the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through from Carnell Williams on how important just the effort is compared to how and what they're calling it plays right now. Here's one more from Carnell Williams.
Very simple, man. To me right now, less is better. We need to play with effort. We need to play relentless. We need to, I'm talking about fight to the end. Like I think right now, over the X's and O's, I just think right now that is more important because, again, these kids know football. Our systems are in, haven't much change, but I want less, where guys can play faster, guys can react, guys feel comfortable. And now, like I say, we can adjust from there.
That's Carnell Williams yesterday. It's our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through.
Yeah, again, if you're looking for a great breakfast right now, making those lunch plans, you need to drop by Hamburger Heaven since 1982, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, including that eggnog shake coming really soon, and sandwiches made fresh to order. They've also got delicious chili, pancakes for breakfast or lunch. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood.
I don't know if Hoax saw this on TV. I had the Bama game and the Auburn game going at the same time in Clemson, Notre Dame, so I didn't get to see everything in every game. I don't know if they showed it on TV or if his perch in the press box just allowed him to see this, but he pointed out how Will Friend and the offensive coaches were scrambling around just trying to find stuff on the play card, which was a little surprising to me. But, I guess, as John Samuel Schinker pointed out, we had already done our team meetings where we go over the initial game plan. So I guess the one thing you don't want to do is make big changes to the game plan. So when you hear Carnell talk about simplifying things, I'm sure that's part of it there, right? That you don't want your coaches in the press box or on the sidelines scrambling around trying to find stuff on the play card. I mean, you only got 24 seconds, 25 seconds most of the time to get that stuff off.
Absolutely. One other note on that matchup, Texas A&M and Auburn, the battle, the winner ends up not in the basement of the SEC West. The loser likely finishes the season there. Texas A&M, LT has documented it along the way, the struggles of Jimbo Fisher, and now it's impacting recruiting as well. Anthony Hill yesterday, considered to be the number 2 linebacker in the 2023 class coming up. He is a 4-star linebacker who picked Texas A&M over Texas and others back on July 30th, decommitted yesterday. Reason really not given, just the state of the program is believed to be his reason why backing off his commitment to Texas A&M. So now here's another guy decommitting from Jimbo Fisher there.
Again, one of the things you could say about Jimbo is his ability to recruit. If you start to have losses pile up, 5 consecutive, by the way, and you just assume this is the reason Anthony Hill decommits, and you start to have more decommitments, it's just going to be another, reason that possibly Jimbo Fisher gets fired.
I thought Jimbo was selling don't go to the places that are winning because you can't play as quick as you could here. I mean, if you keep losing, that message only gains steam, doesn't it?
Again, so embarrassing.
It really is.
A pretty amazing stat about bowl games in just a second. But by the way, if you're using Bill Connolly's bowl projections, right now Texas A&M only has a 23% chance of making a bowl game. So they are 23% chance of making the bowl game. I think they have to run the table to get to be bowl eligible. That would mean wins over Auburn, somebody else, and LSU. So 23% chance, which seems a little high when you look at that schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, UMass is the other team, so I'll give them that one.
I'll give them UMass.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do with Auburn this weekend. Another amazing bowl stat after I tell you about our friends at Backyard Adventure. Quality lifetime warranty, 100% cedar. This is the real deal when it comes to the best playground your kids could ever play on, and it's right there in your backyard. Backyard Adventures. Just go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, wherever you're watching us, including Birmingham and Atlanta, cities like that. Go to the website, see if there's a backyard solution, backyard adventure playground business office in your area. You can get early set up for the holidays, Christmas set up, shortly into the New Year set up next spring. Go ahead and start thinking about your kids' childhood and how much fun they can have in the backyard on this unbelievable play set. They also have alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals. They'll set it all up for you. They've got maintenance programs. They'll do landscaping and all of that. It's our friends at BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com. This past weekend, Kansas became bowl eligible with their win, and that leaves, amazingly, only one Power 5 team, Nebraska, that has not gone to a bowl game in the last 5 years. Think about that. Every Power 5 team has gone to a bowl game the last 5 years except for Nebraska.
That's embarrassing.
Well, it's one of the lowest bars out there.
I mean, really, we've done that down about as much as we can. Like there was there 1 year in that window? Yeah, it was the COVID year where even 5 and 7 got you in, right? You could go with a losing record.
You could be, as long as you were picked, you could be 3 and 7, 3 and 5. Yeah.
So there was 1 year where you didn't even have to have a 6 and 6.
So Nebraska is the last remaining Power 5 team not to go to a bowl in the last 5 years. Their remaining schedule includes 3 teams where they may not get another win. So they're not expected to get there.
Yeah, at Michigan, against Wisconsin, at Iowa. I don't
like
see
3
one of
losses.
those games.
Yeah. So that streak likely to continue. Pretty amazing for Nebraska that they're the last one on the island, that even Kansas has gotten off the island of misfit toys there before Nebraska does. Pretty amazing as they continue their job search there in Lincoln as well. All right, a lot to get to on the show. Clay Travis is our first guest at 10 o'clock. Joel Klatt with us today. He's with us at 11 o'clock, and John Parker Wilson joins us at 11:45, all those Central Times. And we'll tell you about a pretty special event when we come back, coming to town this weekend, and get back into some more college football. All that coming up right here on the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friend Adam Mestre, Rockstars guy. You got the holiday colors on. You're ready to add a little cheer to somebody's life.
I am. That's what I'm here for. It's my Tuesday job.
Cheerful Rockstar.
Of the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised here in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You and a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Our friends at Ghost Energy, if you're always looking for a pick-me-up in the morning and coffee's not your thing, or need something in the afternoon to make it to 5 o'clock, that 5 o'clock whistle sounds like what, Rockstar?
Woo, woo.
Where are you working?
Time to get off.
That's only in the morning.
Oh.
You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast.
Ghost Energy Drink will get you going, and it is from the gym to now the workplace. Check it out in great flavors like Sour Patch Kids. My favorite's the citrus. Wherever you need your energy drink, Ghost. And our friends at Budweiser and Bud Light, there's the great-looking cans from Ghost, by the way. They're in town, and they're celebrating Veterans Day on Friday with the nation's oldest Veterans Day parade. And our friends at Adams Beverages and our friends at Budweiser have brought the Clydesdale and the Hitch team to Birmingham for the Veterans Day Parade. And we're glad to be associated with this. And you've got a couple of opportunities, 3 opportunities other than the parade to see the Clydesdales this week here in Birmingham.
Yeah, I've never seen the Clydesdales. Have you guys?
I have. They are
massive, aren't they?
They are incredible beasts.
Yeah.
Have you seen them, Jim?
I have. We were going to shoot a video today and I already had my line. I was going to stand next to it and next to the horses. And, the 3 of us would be there. And I was going to start us off by saying, you can just see how massive these horses are. I'm a full 6 feet tall. And one of you were going to say, actually 5'10" and a half.
Nice.
Yeah. But still.
But that's one of the things that hasn't underwhelmed you in life, right? The Clydesdales lived up
they're
to
massive.
the
They
bill.
are huge.
Yeah.
If y'all do it, will y'all please dress up as the 3 amigos?
I'll do that. I don't know where on short notice we're going to get those costumes, but
Yeah,
I'd
I don't
gladly
know
do
if
it.
Party City or is the Halloween place still open?
Spirit Halloween,
Yeah.
do they have it?
So Thursday, so in 2 days, they're going to be at the Piggly Wiggly on Tyler Road in Hoover. Education show photos. Friday, November 11th, the parade's 11 to 4. That's going to be the Alabama Veterans Parade. And then after party, the Hitch team is invited from 4 to 6 at Kerrigan's Public House. Then Saturday is one of the bigger deals. They're going to do the full Hitch. It's going to be on 29th Street South in Birmingham, the Lakeview District, the Trot Parade. ceremonial account delivery of Budweiser. They've got a photo segment in the middle of the street. And then on Sunday, they're doing a full hitch as well in Coleman. Yeah. So if you're listening to us up in Coleman, they're going to be doing it up there.
Yeah, those times were 2 to 4 in all those days. 2 to 4 in Hoover at Tyler Road, 2 to 4 in the Lakeview District, and then again in Coleman on Sunday at the Christmas Market open house up there. So get a chance, go out and get the opportunity to see those Clydesdales in person and get the picture taken there. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, getting Brown ready for another football weekend that starts tonight. Pretty nice slate. Important game in the MAC, Ball State and Toledo. Toledo needing that win, 7 o'clock on main ESPN. A couple of other games out there tonight. And a pretty good college basketball game this evening as well. Milwaukee and Purdue. That's Bruce Pearl's old team back in the way, Wisconsin-Milwaukee. They're just in Milwaukee tonight, taking on Purdue. 5:30 Big Ten Network. That look ahead brought to you by our friends at Greystone.
Element Wellness is right there. Greystone Chiropractic under the same roof, just off 280 on Tattersall Park, 119. They got IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that under one roof. Element Wellness. See more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me.
All right, so we've got the college football playoff selection show, a second unveiling tonight. And a couple of things to look at first. To me, the most important thing to look at is where does Tennessee drop? Is Tennessee still ahead of Oregon? Are they behind TCU, ahead of TCU? To me, that's the big takeaway. Where is Tennessee in relation to TCU?
Yeah, I think those are the two things. Is TCU finally get into the top 4, and how far does Tennessee fall? I believe TCU does not get into the top 4. I think Tennessee falls to 4.
Here's our picks. Taylor Corn throwing these together for us. We put them in. It's the first time I've seen everybody else's vote, and we all have the same top 4.
That's right.
Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and Tennessee, 1, 2, 3, 4. We all agree there. We're a little different. Brown and I like Oregon a little bit more than LT does. LT goes TCU and LSU. Brown and I go Oregon and TCU there. So you like LSU at 6, huh?
I do. Yeah, I think when you start to look at the wins now over Alabama, over Ole Miss, I think those are quality wins. So I think LSU, neutral site, who wins that game, LSU or Oregon?
I would take Oregon.
Would you really?
I think LSU-Oregon neutral site will be a fun game. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a toss-up. I don't know what you would say the Vegas line is. I would consider that almost a pick 'em.
Yeah, I think LSU probably would be a slight favorite.
Yeah,
but I think it'd be really close.
That's a good game.
Now, with Duggan and Miller aside, good running back, good quarterback, good running back in the order I gave you, I just am not impressed with TCU, but here they are in the conversation for a college football playoff. Tough game at Texas this weekend. TCU staying power, would you have a problem if they're number 4 tonight? And would that mean anything to Tennessee, to either one of you, if TCU is number 4 tonight and Tennessee is number 5?
I think it shows you it might be harder for Tennessee based on what's remaining on their schedule and not playing in an SEC championship game to get into the top 4. But I don't think it's really going to matter because I think TCU, I think we all agree they're going to lose this week.
If you wanted to read anything into it, and I'm not certain you can, but if you wanted to, Dunaway, what you would read into it is that this committee is operating with the perception of who is a conference champion, and they perceive TCU as the Big 12 representative, quote-unquote, conference champion, and not Tennessee. So that if you wanted to read anything into it, you would read into it that not being a conference champion is going to hurt Tennessee. Which, I think you already assume. You just don't know how much it's going to hurt them, right?
That's right. You don't know how much it's going to hurt them. Another thing to watch is how far does Clemson come down. We pretty much think Clemson is not in the conversation anymore for the college football playoff. But what if Notre Dame is ranked, and how high is Notre Dame ranked after beating Clemson? And a close loss to Ohio State, a quality loss, if you will. If Notre Dame is ranked, how high is Notre Dame ranked?
Notre Dame is going to be anywhere from 22 to 25.
Yeah, because we don't know where they were in the committee's mind last week.
That's right. They were outside the top 25.
So it's not like you can use others getting votes to gauge that.
That's not how they do it. Exactly.
Yeah, they'll be in, though. One final thing about Tennessee that I thought was interesting, I looking here, there's 15 different college football writers for ESPN that did their top 4, and only one of the 15 had Tennessee in their top 4. And we all believe Tennessee will get there.
Really?
Well, we're in SEC country. I would imagine a lot of those people are. I mean, Chris Lowe's in there. Chris didn't have him either, did he?
Chris Lowe did not. Alex Scarborough did not. Slaybach did not. There's enough SEC flavor in here. Ryan McGee, I would consider him SEC. Would you not?
Yeah, I would.
He does not.
Yeah. See, that surprised me. Nobody's got Tennessee there.
It was a bad loss, but we kind of saw it coming, right?
But Tennessee will have an advantage over Oregon, in my opinion, Brown, just because of Tennessee, the way they played Georgia and the way Oregon played Georgia.
Yeah, I hate that it would. I would hope it wouldn't come down to just that. Obviously, maybe that breaks the tie. I don't know. A loss to me is a loss, and I get what you're saying. One got run out of the stadium. One started to get run out of the stadium and then stopped the run, right? That's the difference of those two games.
Right.
One got run out of the stadium and really found no way to put up a defense. The other one was getting run out of the stadium and finally, was able just to stem the tide a little bit. But a loss to me is a loss. I would hope they wouldn't consider that strongly unless they just absolutely needed something to break the tie between the two. I'm just fine, again, and I said this last week, I'm fine with them saying, look, we think Tennessee would beat Oregon if they played. We could be wrong about that. We don't know. But maybe they'll play. But we think Tennessee's the better football team. We think Tennessee's better than TCU, or we think Oregon's better than TCU. That's, to me, the committee gets so caught up on they talk themselves in circles, and a lot of times they talk themselves into a corner trying to justify their picks. To me, if we're going to have humans, I would like to have people that I think know football so they can look at it and say, Tennessee looks like the better team to me.
Well, they do that, the old eye test sometimes, right?
Yeah, and people hate it when they say the eye test. Well, why else are we letting people sit around and watch games if we're not going to allow the eye test to be used? That's why I want people that know football on this committee.
It's got to be used.
Yeah.
Is there still something for game control, by the way?
Yeah, that's one of the metrics they use.
Well, TCU has not really controlled any games.
They have not. But, if you go with Tennessee, they didn't with Georgia. They were back and forth with Alabama, so there were times they were losing minutes. I guess they had the whole first half of game control.
Control the entire 4 quarters against LSU.
They did from the get-go, from the opening kickoff fumble.
You know what might be an interesting way of doing this? I've never thought of this until I just said what I said about the committee. What if one day when there's an expanded playoff and all the networks are involved in it, they just let the network analysts do this? Like Klatt, Todd Blackledge, Herb Street.
Well, I think we've seen
Danielson. Even I know people hate Danielson, but throw him in.
I think we've seen those guys become very territorial with the TV rights they have.
There's no doubt. But if you had all of them involved, that would work itself out. If everybody's got their own little piece of territory, that gets neutralized by having enough people on the committee.
These are the guys that are watching the games. They are the guys that...
That's right. They know football better than most of the people on this committee.
Talking to the coaches.
Yeah. Watching more film probably than the committee watches. Those guys like Klatt, they all watch film, breaking games down.
I would say with the automatic bids being back into play when we go to 12 teams, I would be okay with the rest of it being decided by the old BCS formula.
Oh, so just go back to the computers I wouldn't have a problem with that. Like once you get, all right, here are all 6 conferences or 5 or whatever conferences we end up with. They're all in.
Yeah.
Now we got to find 7 more spots. Yeah.
Here are the 5 automatic bids, and the 6th highest rated conference champion in the BCS gets in the BCS rankings. The computer, the computer spits out the rankings for the rest of them.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. And then you're able to track it all year the way you did the BCS.
That's right.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
That's right. Yeah, that's the way I would do it and take the humans back out of it, because at that point you've got 6 automatic bids, and at that point we're just using the computers to come up with the wild cards. Interesting tonight. We'll watch that. Not as interesting as the last one, and maybe by the time we get to the very end, it won't be that interesting either. Maybe there'll be 4 obvious teams. Andrew says, y'all's disrespect for TCU is astounding. They have 4 top 25 wins and are undefeated. What else can they do to earn their way in there?
I want to
just keep winning.
Yeah, no, if they win, they'll be fine. But I did want to bring that up because I was watching TCU Texas Tech in the early window, and Klatt said their resume, if it was Oklahoma or Texas, they would easily be in the top.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any.
So you agree with Klatt on that?
Yep.
Because it just depends on, the top 25 wins are Oklahoma, who's turned out to be a
very average
team. Kansas, who's one of the better Kansas teams. No doubt. Oklahoma State, who, boy, is taking on water right now, but still. Kansas State's a pretty good team. And then they play Texas this week.
Yeah, but the resume is not as good as some of those other teams. I've still got TCU at number 5. I just think there's 4 teams that are better.
Yeah, and when you go back to TCU, Chris, or whoever it was it's gone by
Andrew.
so fast. Andrew, go back and check how many teams lost their first-string quarterback either before or during the TCU game along the way. I think 3 of the wins you gave me.
Really?
Kansas got theirs knocked out. Martinez got knocked out.
He did.
Yeah. So it's
Chris says neutral over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Neutral field, Tennessee beats TCU. I think Tennessee scores 60 on TCU.
Oh, it would be a track meet. Yeah, but now TCU would move it on. Duggan's
No, they
a good
would,
quarterback.
but I still think Tennessee would
yeah.
win this game by double digits, and they would really. I mean, I think they would approach 60 points.
we'll see if TCU can keep their name in the conversation with a tough road game at Texas, who they survived last week. They were starting to leak away from them at the end, and was about to have another second half blown lead for Sark last week, but they finally got out of there, and they get game day this week right there in Austin for that huge showdown, TCU in Texas, coming up in prime time this week. Speaking of prime time, it's prime time right now for those holiday gifts. If you're out looking for those, our friends at the Pants Store want you to make the fan in your life very happy. You can get that at the Pants Store, 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Just go online to thepantstore.com, or follow them on social media at the Pants Store. Get the game day hats, the Yeti accessories, the sunglasses, and all the team polos that you love from Antigua, Taylor & Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. Get your fan happy this holiday season with our friends at the Pants Store, pantstore.com, and those 7 great locations in the state of Alabama. All right, when we come back, what we saw in basketball last night, new looks for teams in our area, and we've talked a little basketball off the record with some basketball people. We think just in our immediate area, 4 teams very easily could be dancing this year. We'll talk a little basketball when we come back, and a crazy news conference as an NFL owner introduced an ESPN analyst from the studio to the sidelines as the head coach, and the NFL owner made it sound like he's just coaching the team. That's all he's doing. He's just, I mean,
why are y'all so upset?
Anybody can do it. He's just going to coach the team. We'll talk about that when we come back right here on TNR.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
This hour of The Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Lock last night.
Loser.
Was not good in New Orleans.
Yeah, I had the Saints last night.
The Saints, they lose. Kenyon Drake, big night for the Ravens, 93 yards and 2 touchdowns. I thought the key was the Ravens' defense holding Kamara in check. He barely got 30 yards rushing on the ground, and that Saints offense did not look good. They're now 3-6. The Ravens are 6-3. The Lock's brought to you every day by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services. Lance will send out one later on. Could be NBA, could be college basketball, could be a little hockey, could be college football tonight. All of it brought to you by Hemp Hill. They will get everything in your house running right, flowing right, draining right. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Last night in basketball, Auburn, they get a 70-52 win over George Mason. Their next game is Friday against USF. Dylan Cardwell played his best game as an Auburn Tiger last night as they replaced some really talented NBA first-round draft picks down in the paint area. Cardwell played good. That defense played good. They held a pretty good George Mason team to just 52 points.
Yeah, look, they were dominant defensively. You mentioned Cardwell, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks. First game for the Auburn Tigers without Jabari Smith and Walker Kessler, so it's going to be a different look. Need to hit those perimeter shots. Alabama and Auburn both terrible behind the arc last night.
Yeah. Alabama 3 of 28 shooting three is such a big part of their game last night. 4 new starters. Alabama beat Longwood 75-54 as they had, did I see that right, 67 rebounds?
Well, yeah, but when you miss that many three-pointers, there are going to be a lot of rebounds to be had. If they had, if Longwood had been able to compete at all on the glass, that would have been an interesting game, as bad as Alabama shot from outside.
Yeah, but 48 of the 75 points from Alabama from freshmen.
Yeah.
Including Brandon Miller, who looks the real deal. And those of you that have watched Alabama basketball for years, the length and speed of this starting five reminds you a lot of a Wimp Sanderson coach team back in the day, that Latrell Sprewell, Robert Horry team that could run the floor. They were all in that sweet spot of 6'4", 6'7", 6'8", could run the floor. Good length and speed on that team. Got to hit some shots from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, to Lance's point, 7 for 53 combined for Alabama and Auburn last night from beyond the arc.
That's bad.
7 of 53.
Yeah, and on the other side, Andy Kennedy's Blazers,
How
they
about
hit
Jelly?
their threes. And Jelly, of course, has a big night with 38.
38.
111-70 UAB over Alabama State last night. That is Andy Kennedy's 50th career win as the UAB head coach. They now go to the Barstool Invitational up in Philadelphia Friday, 4 o'clock game against a talented Toledo team. Alabama's next game is Friday at home against Liberty. Friday at home, USF for Auburn. Samford gets a win last night as well, 109-85. 6 different Bulldogs in double figures there, including Jermaine Marshall, who had a big game, and so did Quez Glover with 17, 19 for Jermaine, and Glover with 17 there as Samford rolls. So that's your basketball last night. Tonight, as we said, got a pretty good game in Milwaukee and Purdue if you want to watch a little bit more basketball. That rolling on the Big Ten Network at 5:30. A long way to get to the Final Four in April down in Houston, but we'll enjoy the ride as we go there. And I'll stick by it. I think 4 teams in our area make the NCAA tournament. Samford will have to win their tournament. UAB could have a good enough year where they could get an at-large bid being a tournament team from last year, but probably has to win their tournament. And then Alabama and Auburn. Arkansas looked good. Kentucky looked good without 3 of their main stars, beating a pretty talented Howard team last night.
Yeah, Sheboy didn't even play in that.
Yeah, they were out without 3 starters. And Tennessee looked good last night. So the SEC, pretty much 5 locks, and you'll see who else can work into the tournament as we work our way coming up towards the NCAA tournament. All right, what we saw in the NFL yesterday and that coaching replacement brought to you by, well, the only way you can do this news conference, you got to be buzzed. It's brought to you by our friends at Buzzed. BUZD is the app. BUZD.
Yeah, download it right now. If you're sitting around the office, sitting around the house, download the app BUZD. This holiday season, you're going to love it. They will bring the party to you. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Again, BUZD, use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off that first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. They've got all types of alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everywhere, everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
Jim Irsay introduced Jeff Saturday, who is a Ring of Honor center, a guy who was a main part of the success with Peyton Manning as the head coach yesterday. Just some of the things Irsay said, quote, "You want to bet against this guy? Put your money down, people. This is for 8 games, hopefully more." So leaving the door open for him to be the permanent head coach if this goes well. And listen, Jim Irsay, if you had one word to describe Irsay right now, it would be what?
Unpredictable?
Unpredictable is good.
Yeah.
Wild card is one.
That's technically 2 words, right?
Well, I think when it's the playoffs, it is the wild card playoffs. I think if you play it in poker or in cards, it is a wild card. I could be right about that, right?
Can I throw a hyphen in there and
wild dash
it solves everything?
Yeah.
Love we're getting hung up on this.
Yeah, I know.
I would say strange.
Food will be next.
Strange is a good one.
Yeah.
This was his quote yesterday. "We were fortunate that he was available."
Well, he's at ESPN.
We were fortunate that he was available. Like he wasn't like other teams were not pawing to hire Jeff Saturday yesterday.
Yeah, I might go crazy instead.
Yeah, that was the one I was trying to stay away from, but I knew it would come up.
What was the headline? Saturday taking over Sundays?
Yeah, I did kind of like that, though. It does lend itself to headlines. Yeah.
Are you ready for his best bite of all?
Yeah.
Not insulting to anybody else who coaches in the NFL. You ready?
Okay.
He's experienced enough. He's fully capable. We don't build rockets to go to Mars. It's a very simple job we do here. That's all he said.
I mean, who
fire
cares?
somebody for doing that simple job?
Yeah, I mean, Frank Reich, who's a pretty well-respected guy, couldn't get it done.
We're not building rockets to go to Mars. It's a very simple job we do here. Not insulting to anyone else who are already on the coaching staff.
Yeah. He said, get your money down. Can I give you the remainder of their schedule and you tell me what you think the record will be? All right, here we go. At Raiders Sunday, host the Eagles, host the Steelers, at the Cowboys, at the Vikings, host the Chargers, at the Giants, host the Texans. 8 more games.
We'll save it because I've got this in 4 downs.
It's 8 games.
It's 8 games.
We've only got 4 downs.
Yeah. I would say that
I would say I'd like to get my money down is what I would say.
Yeah, and not on the positive side.
He doesn't have fear. We were very fortunate he was available. He has a ton of experience. He knows this game inside out. And he goes on to say he's not going to play analytics, right? I'm glad he doesn't have NFL experience. Says he's glad Saturday hasn't learned the fear other NFL coaches have and will take a shot at analytics.
Okay, well,
he's
then,
not going to do analytics. He's gonna play it by the gut.
Just fire your analytic guy.
Yeah, Jim Irsay can put his money where his mouth is then. I assume he'll hire a guy that's never coached in the NFL for the permanent job if he doesn't hire Saturday. Would you make that assumption based on that comment? I'm glad he's never coached in the NFL. Well, then you've got a ton of guys that never coached in the NFL. You can hire.
Pick me.
Yeah.
Back to your unpredictable. No, that's not going to happen. I don't know what it would take for Jeff Saturday to get this job.
Well, I gave you 8 games. 8-0 would probably do it.
Yeah, probably.
Just making the playoffs.
He has
probably
coached in high school, though.
Jim Irsay, I don't know how to make sausage. I don't know what goes into sausage. I do know how to build a football team. Just great quotes yesterday.
What a wild press. Unhinged. Unhinged. That's one word.
Unhinged is one.
Yeah, wacko is another one.
Jim Irsay and Jeff Saturday married together again. Peyton Manning talking about it last night on the Manning cast.
You know, I thought it was a joke when we talked about it yesterday when the news broke that Wright was out and that Saturday was in. I do find it interesting that I can understand everyone on that staff being upset that they didn't have an opportunity. But I don't know why racism is being brought into this, because Irsay is a lot of things, but he's not racist. I mean, Tony Dungy, Jim Caldwell, can't really say that.
He gave Tony Dungy a chance to finally be at a contender, hiring him away from Tampa Bay and giving him Peyton Manning and winning Super Bowls.
He's a lot of things, but he's not that.
That from Indianapolis yesterday in the NFL. We'll talk Clay Travis when we come back. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Alabama Power. Alabama Power during this holiday season, giving back to the community and also keeping you connected.
Yeah, and they've got it easier than ever for you to pay your power bill. They offer digital wallet. You can choose to pay with any of these convenient options: Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. AlabamaPower.com is where you go for that. AlabamaPower.com/myaccount gets you started. We talk to Clay next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Coming up in the 10:25 segment today will be our upset alert for Week 11 of college football. That's got your usual big SEC games, including Ole Miss trying to stay alive in the college football playoffs, 2:30 at home against Alabama. Some big games around the country include Washington and Oregon, challenging game for Bo Nix and Oregon as they try to stay in the conversation, 6 o'clock on Fox. TCU and Texas, 6:30 on ABC as TCU tries to stay in the hunt. New college football selection show coming up tonight. Clay Travis coming up right now, brought to you in part today by my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag, code Next Round is where you go right now. And when you sign up with that code Next Round, you'll get your first deposit matched 50% all the way up to $1,000. In other words, put in $200, play with $300 right away. It is that simple. Not just a sports book, a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. While you're there, check out the Money Bag. One-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures, all the NFL, college football, and basketball. And the Money Bag feature right there in MyBookie.ag, code Next Round for the 50% deposit bonus. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports and on Twitter at Clay Travis. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great, thanks a lot. I know it was a painful loss for you. Biggest game Tennessee's played since the 01 SEC championship, but you know, in spite of your blood running orange there, can step back and appreciate, I am sure, the defensive performance Kirby Smart and his staff had schemed for Tennessee is one of the best I've ever seen.
They played really well, and they put Hendon Hooker in a position where he had to make plays, and he played probably his worst game certainly this year, maybe going all the way back to last year. And I think you give credit to the Georgia DBs and safeties and certainly their defensive performance. But look, I think I said a while back I was nervous about the Georgia game. I thought Tennessee would have difficulty with Georgia. And the end result after all the games were played on Saturday is if Tennessee beats Missouri, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt, which on an individual basis they should win each of those games and be favored by 2 touchdowns or more in each of those games, I think Tennessee's going to make the playoff. I don't know what you guys think, but an 11-1 Tennessee team with one loss on the road against what may well end up being the overall number 1 seed, Georgia, defending national champion, 13-0 Bulldogs. I think Tennessee will get in, maybe as the 3 seed even. I think the Big Ten champ will get in. I think Georgia will get in. And then I think there's a good chance that Tennessee will be that 3 or that 4, especially if TCU loses this weekend, as I think they will at Texas. And we know that, everybody else will have at least a one loss that is potentially in the playoff mix.
No, I agree with you. I said it yesterday. I think Tennessee's in a good spot right now. I think people will forget how badly beaten Tennessee was in the game on Saturday. I think the Pac-12 will take care of itself. More than likely, it'll be a 2-loss champion. Same with the Big 12. I think Tennessee gets in, but how important – I know it's not 3 good opponents. You said they'll be double-digit favorites over all 3. How important are style points down the stretch here for Josh Heupel?
I mean, I think you don't want to win, 13-10 against each of these opponents, but I really do. Just kind of looking around, one. It's going to be, look, Oregon lost 49-3 to Georgia to start the year, and it's like people are already forgetting that game ever happened. I don't really think style points matter that much. I think it matters if somebody like Hendon Hooker got hurt, in terms of factoring how Tennessee would be able to play going forward. But I think as long as Tennessee wins these 3, and let's be honest, given what the offense is capable of, I would expect them to score a lot of points against, these 3 teams. I think, certainly 30 or more and maybe 40 or more in almost all these games. But I think if you post 11-1 and kind of get in the clubhouse, so to speak, I think Tennessee would have to feel pretty good about itself in terms of a chance to make the playoff. And 11-1 coming into the season. I mean, I think if I'd come on in August and said, hey, guys, I think Josh Heupel, year 2, Tennessee's going to be really good. They're going to go 11-1. You guys would have said that I was crazy. So even if you don't make the playoff at 11-1, if you can get to 11-1, Sugar Bowl, top 5 ranking, pretty impressive year 2.
Is there any importance, you think, for both Tennessee or LSU if they were able to play their way into the mix for Alabama, not to pack it in, to keep winning too, to beat Ole Miss and finish out the end of the schedule, that Alabama basically stays, quote-unquote, a quality win for those 2 teams?
I was surprised. I don't know what the number is today, but I was actually surprised that Alabama got a lot of money early. You guys may have it open in front of you right now. I think I saw that number opened at Bama -9.5, and then it gone out to 11.5 or 12 pretty much everywhere. Given the fact that Ole Miss is coming off of a bye and that Lane Kiffin, I think you guys would have to acknowledge, pretty good offensive coach. And Alabama, to your point, the Crimson Tide is not used to being in this situation where you're basically playing for pride as opposed to, competing for some sort of championship. I was kind of stunned that the money came in on Alabama like it did, because I kind of am a little bit apprehensive that Alabama is going to play at a very elite level down the stretch run of the season. I don't know what you guys think, but that's kind of my takeaway. It would not shock me at all. I mean, I think I said with you guys last week, I didn't think Alabama would win at LSU and at Ole Miss. I thought they would lose one of those games. But I'm kind of surprised how big of a favorite they are on the road. I'll be at that game this weekend in Oxford. I did not anticipate that.
Can you, I don't know if you've ever seen this recorded as a record or anything, but should Lane and Ole Miss win this weekend, has a team ever had the field rushed on them 3 times in one season? Because no doubt the Rebel fans will do it this weekend, right? If they beat Alabama and Lane finally beats Nick Saban, they'll rush the field too, just like Knoxville and Baton Rouge.
Well, I think partly it has to do with how the game ends, right? Like, I don't think Tennessee would have rushed the field if they had won by 14.
And I don't crap. I guess I can say
really
bullshit. Come on, are you kidding me?
I'm done away with this one.
I really don't think they would have. I mean, if you look at the last 2 times Tennessee has stormed the field, it's only happened twice in 25 years. And both of them were on field goals at the end of the game. So I really do. I mean, I think the way that the game ends has a lot to do with whether the field gets stormed or not, because the first people that come on the field are typically college kids, right? And I think the fact that LSU won on the final play and that Tennessee won on the final play went a long way towards impacting whether the field was stormed or not. And so Ole Miss, beat Alabama 2 years in a row under Freeze. One of those years, at least, was in Oxford, right? Did they storm the field then?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, and they tore down the goalpost.
Yeah,
and drove it to Knoxville and threw it into the Tennessee River.
I would be willing to do a nice sized wager with you that if Ole Miss wins this game, they will storm the field, but they will not win this game.
Okay, but if they win, but the question is, if they win, if they make it on a final field goal, then yes, I think they'll storm the field. Or if they, make a tackle on Alabama to end the game, and they're, in a tough situation and it's a close game. If they win by 10 or more, they will not storm the field. I'll wait. I don't know how we set odds on this because it's a low probability event, but we can set. We'll put a.
I'll figure something out and send it over to you. But just for the record, if Tennessee would have beaten Alabama by 28 points, you don't think Tennessee storms the field?
No, I don't
after
think
losing 15 consecutive games to Alabama.
I still don't think they would have stormed. I don't think they would have stormed the field if it had not been a close game.
They had already ordered the goalpost. They were prepared to storm the field.
Oh, look, I mean, I don't dispute that there was a lot of excitement, but remember, it's only happened twice. I mean, I don't remember the time prior to 1998. It may have only happened twice in the last 40 years. And both of those games, that the ones that I remember Tennessee storming the field for, both ended on the final play of the game. Florida missed a field goal in overtime, and Tennessee hadn't beaten Florida in several years and stormed the field. And then same thing happened with Bama, obviously, except Tennessee made the field goal. I think if it had not been, Tennessee doesn't storm the field that often.
Would you have cried if Tennessee would have won by 28?
No, I don't think so. I would have enjoyed it. I wouldn't have cried.
Somebody asked me the other night, we were at Odie's, and someone said, next time Clay comes on your show, will you please ask him a question for me? And I said, yeah, what is it? And they said, I watched that video of him after the Tennessee went over Alabama. Will you ask him when his balls are going to drop?
Hey, I'll tell you, the best thing this past weekend, though, Clay, was Cousin Sal's tweet.
That was a good line. I don't know how long he's had that one ready.
Oh, there it is. We're showing it right now.
Yeah, he got you. That was a good one.
You can read it. I don't.
Yeah,
have it
you
open.
can go ahead and add Hendon to the long list of Tennessee hookers who have disappointed Clay Travis.
Good. He texted me. He texted me right before that, and he was like, "Hey, I got one that's going to flatten you." So I got a heads up on it, but I don't know how. I haven't asked him yet how long he had that one saved. And he almost tweeted it too early. Tennessee almost came back to cover in that one, honestly, which is kind of crazy. But it would be amazing if Tennessee went on and somehow won a national championship, and I could fire back, in 2 months with a retort. I got to think about what it's like Seinfeld when George is like the ocean called. They run out of shrimp. You got too long to think about. You got too long to think about what your line is, and you might overplay it.
Yeah, well, the jerk store called, and they're out of you. Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Clay Travis, Outkick, Fox Sports as well. I had an athletics official from within the SEC point something out to me yesterday I had not thought of, Clay, and this may be one of the greatest SEC flexes of all time if this happens. He said, hey, take a look at when the rankings come out Tuesday night. The SEC stands a real chance of getting 5 teams of the New Year's Six Bowls. Now, it obviously would require Tennessee making the playoffs as a non-SEC champion. That would be if you had 2 SEC teams in the playoffs and then an SEC team in every other New Year's Six Bowl except for the Rose where they're not eligible, that would be an incredible flex.
Yeah, that is pretty. I've got it. That would be pretty incredible. I'll give you a one to debate. I mean, obviously, we just sit around and argue about everything. If LSU wins out, finishes 11-2, do they get in the playoff over Tennessee, which beat them by 27 in Baton Rouge?
I mean, I don't know. It's a great debate. You're right, that Tennessee game stands out, but then you would also look at LSU and say, okay, well, they've got wins over Alabama and Georgia. If Alabama continues to play well, I mean, that's tough to overlook as well. I don't know. I think at bare minimum, you might have to have them both in, but then you get to the, wait a minute, Georgia beat Tennessee discussion, you know?
Yeah, no, I think Georgia would still be in. It's a good debate. I mean, so I think there's a scenario. You're talking about 5, New Year's 6. I think there's a scenario still, and it's not getting a lot of attention, where 3 SEC teams could get in the playoff. The wild one, I mean, just think about it. I mean, the wild one is if Ole Miss beats Bama, they're probably got a good chance to finish 11-1. But if LSU wins out, they would have no chance to get in the playoff. Get into the they'd be like Tennessee sitting on the side at 11-1. I mean, you could end up with 11-1 Ole Miss, 11-1 Tennessee, 13-0 Georgia, and then let's say that you have something happen in the Big Ten. Who knows exactly what might happen? And I don't think it would be a stunner if you had a two-loss Pac-12 champ, 2-loss ACC, 2-loss Big 12. I mean, it's kind of floating around out there, at least as a possibility.
Clay, I'm amazed at where we sit with Texas A&M. I'm not amazed that Jimbo Fisher is never going to win a national championship at A&M, but for them to maybe end up, if they lose this weekend to Auburn, they're going to come in the basement of the SEC West. They're now 1-5 in conference. I tweeted out this past weekend, this before Saban lost, kind of jinxed Saban in Alabama, that Jimbo has lost 5 games in 6 conference games this year. Nick Saban had lost 5 in the previous 7 years.
That's pretty wild.
Hey, with that said, Clay, I believe that A&M's still going to fire Jimbo Fisher at the end of the year. Nobody else believes this because of the money. My logic is you're going to have to pay him regardless. Do you want to continue to pay him to lose 4 or 5 games a year, or get him out, pay him the money, and get the right guy in?
Man, it's a wild scenario right now for A&M. I mean, put it this way. Auburn is favored over A&M. Auburn. I mean, even Auburn fans are like, man, it's a bad year for A&M. And the only win they've got in the SEC is the Arkansas kick off the upright, right? I mean, they could very easily be winless if you actually break it all down. I don't think they're going to fire him because somebody's going to have to cut a $100 million check. And even as big as A&M's athletic department and as wealthy as they are, $100 million to not coach is amazingly expensive. And then you figure that you'd have to pay probably another $100 million to get somebody to take that job, right? So you're talking about maybe more than $100 million. You're talking about $200 million for a football coach in the space of, basically 12 months in terms of the outlay of what you're going to have to pay. And even for oil-rich, insanely wealthy schools, that's a hard, I think, that's a hard putt to sink.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Go follow him at Clay Travis on Twitter, Outkick, and also on Fox Sports. He'll be at Bama Ole Miss over the weekend, so go find him there. Thank you, Clay. Have a great week.
Hey, appreciate you all. See ya.
All right, buddy. See you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Clay saying they would not rush the field, man.
Yeah, he's upset Alabama fans a lot. The response in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to that one's crazy.
He's lost his mind.
Well, he has. Again, if they won 52-0, if it was never in doubt, they are rushing the field.
100%. Would they have rushed it with tears running down their face at that point? No, they probably would have,
Yeah, because you're able to process it early. We've got this game at halftime.
Yeah. Hey, the next round is brought to you by Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. We apparently sent a bottle to Clay this morning. The world's first clear multi-aged tequila, Dobel Diamante, a blend of the extra añejo, the añejo, and the reposado tequilas aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystalline clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Hey, Missouri's a pretty good little defense. I don't think they can score enough points to scare Tennessee this weekend. But Hendon and the guys will have to get it right as they play Missouri this weekend. Rockstar cut number 10. Here is Hendon Hooker on bouncing back from the loss. I mean, you got to pick yourself up. You can't stumble. You can't sputter. You gotta get back in there and try to look as impressive as you did before Georgia. Put it on tape on how to stop your defense. Here is the hooker that disappointed Clay Travis.
You talk a lot about humility and how you approach the game, but also confidence is so much a part of this team and this offense. How do you balance humility and confidence now after a loss?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the same way, just bouncing back. It's a learning process. That's something that I communicated to the offense, before the game was even over. Like, we'll learn from this and we'll bounce back. But moving forward, just wanted to, continue to encourage guys, as I do on a daily basis, to get in here, get extra work in as a normal week. We can't feel sorry for ourselves. We didn't play well and we didn't have the outcome that we wanted. That's part of the game. Sometimes it won't go your way, but you can prevent that, moving forward.
Tennessee's always benefited at the end of their schedule by their rivalry games not being what it is for some other teams. It would be interesting if they had to back up a loss with a Ole Miss or Florida, the Alabama game here.
Not Missouri, South Carolina, Vandy.
Not Missouri, South Carolina, and Vandy. If they had to run in, because it did look to me like Georgia had been in that moment before, and Tennessee, they were a little overwhelmed. The lights were bright for them being the number one team in the country.
Yeah, I would agree, but I do think there's going to be something about style points for Tennessee down the stretch. I think Heupel has the talk. Look, we've still got a great opportunity to not only win 11 games, to go 11-1, but to find our way in a college football playoff. We got to go out there. We got to play really clean, excellent football. And I think they probably will. But you're right about Missouri's defense. Again, we brought this up last week. They've given up the second least amount of points in conference play this year, only behind Georgia. The most they've given up in a conference game was 26 to Georgia. They gave up 17 to Auburn, 24 to Florida, 21 to Kentucky, 10 to South Carolina, 14 to Vanderbilt. I mean, this defense has been really good.
Well,
really good.
And the thing about it is every quarterback, except for one that a lot of people talk about being a first-round pick, every quarterback that has faced this team has had one of their better days of the season. Now, Brady Cook is not a great quarterback, or whoever starts for them.
Brady Cook.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm assuming, that's who's going to start. You never know with Eli Drinkwitz. He might start somebody else. Can he have the kind of day, even with that defensive performance, that could even make this a game? My gut tells me absolutely not.
I still think Tennessee's defense is playing better. I mean, even against Georgia in the second half.
I think Georgia changed their game plan in the second half. If Kirby had not lifted, and I don't blame him for doing it. He knew what he was doing, obviously. It worked. But had they not lifted, I don't know what they would have scored because Stetson was red hot.
He knew with their lead that if he used the clock.
That's right.
We may not win by as much as we can, but we're not going to lose the game.
Yeah, he ended the game essentially on that first third quarter drive when they took 8.5 minutes off the clock. I mean, that game was over. Tennessee just was not going to get the ball enough to be back in that game.
This offense from Missouri, though, I mean, Brady Cook is topped out at 224 yards. That's the most he's thrown in the conference game.
Just about everybody has a career day against Tennessee. It'll take a career day and then some for Brady Cook.
Oh, yeah. As good as their defense is, their offense is equally as bad.
Yep.
Now, Vol fan 205 is right. Tennessee, because of their November schedule, meant at some point during their schedule they played the tough part of their schedule, and it was often in the middle where they had Florida, Georgia, and Alabama all right there in a clump in the middle of the schedule. So it works out in the long run. It's a great point there. Just this year, had it been a tougher game down the stretch here, I was just intrigued on how Tennessee could handle that. And they may have handled it fine. They may blow these out by 50 and go into the playoffs and win the national championship, and that will answer my question about how they bounce back from this loss. But they were on the big stage this past weekend, and Hendon Hooker saying that we'll use that as a learning opportunity. Hey, don't forget Thursday night, Bud Light game night. We're in Trustful at the Trustful Social. Looking forward to being out there for that, 5 to 7. Come hang out with us, and we will have a good time talking a little football, getting ready, I believe, for a Falcons-Panthers Thursday night game and some interesting college football games as well coming up on Thursday night. So make plans to be with us at the Trustful Social Thursday night for Bud Light game night, 5 to 7 out there. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. I'll tell you what's coming up in the next segment after LT tells us how to get set with our gutters.
Hey, leaves continue to fall, but one thing you don't want to do on weekends after working all week is get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, and right now 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 204
205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
He didn't need him last week, Rockstar.
Oh, he's coming. Is the Bandit coming?
He's got a black hoodie on. What do you
Yeah,
think?
the Bandit's coming.
He's got the outfit on.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Bad poker face.
Yeah, rarely does he wear that outfit. Rarely does he wear the same clothes twice in a football season. But I've seen this outfit before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll see who shows up next segment in our Upset Alert.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Business owners and employees listening right now, ask yourself this question. Do you think your business is a better business? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. If you answered yes to that question, it's time to prove it. It's time to become a BBB accredited business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. More than 4,000 businesses across Central and South Alabama are BBB accredited. Add yours to the list. Consumers are looking for businesses they can trust. Earning the accredited business seal, the sign of a better business, shows customers they can trust you. Apply for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. That's 205-558-2201 to become BBB accredited. Becoming a BBB accredited business helps you stand out, be known, and be better. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
All right, we roll on. Upset alert time in just a second. Our friends at Wayne's want to remind you that they got a great deal for you right now. Before we get to the upset alert and before Brown tells us about Wayne's, you know why? You know why just athletes, star athletes, go into broadcasting when they're done?
Because they make a ton of money, and it lets them get out of the house for a little bit and travel.
That is one reason. Another reason why
Okay,
is
well, I mean,
you don't make stupid business decisions. What is Brett Favre doing with his legacy, y'all? Already caught up in the welfare fraud industry.
Right. I don't think that's an industry.
Well,
it is for him.
A crisis, whatever is going on for Brett. That welfare fraud case in Mississippi. Story out yesterday that 2 concussion drug companies that he's associated with were exaggerating the effectiveness of their drugs that Brett was a part of. So instead of going into a broadcast booth and making more millions broadcasting about something he knew about, football, he has now been part of a welfare fraud allegations and now maybe some legal issues with 2 concussion drug companies who exaggerated their effectiveness. Now, I love Brett Favre, loved watching him play. Did he ever come across to you guys as a guy who could sit in a meeting with 2 drug companies about concussion medication and walk out of there knowing whether or not those drugs worked or not? I'll be the first to say, I couldn't do it.
No.
I would have been like, you're going to pay me how much money? Sure.
I'm
I'll
in.
sign that, man.
I got to say, Brett Favre, as good as he was, Brett Favre is a hick from Mississippi. And I don't know why he just didn't get involved in broadcasting.
Yeah, that's what Jim's saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
well, I don't know that the money was, when Brett first came out of the NFL, I don't know if the money was quite where it is now, obviously. But, I mean, it's a gold rush now. If you're a big-name quarterback that can get in the booth, I mean, look at what Fox is going to pay Tom Brady. Look what CBS is paying Romo. Look what Aikman's getting paid by ESPN.
But he doesn't seem like a spender at all. You know, we had somebody on the show that was a teammate, and they were telling me that he wears Wranglers all the time. This was back when he was, making probably, maybe the most money in the NFL back then.
Can you tell me if those little copper bands that he always is promoting, if they work?
Copper fit.
Copper fit?
A lot of people wear them. I've seen people
Jerry
wear them.
Rice wears them.
Yeah.
He still
We'll
plays.
get you one for Christmas, man.
Yeah. Make it a knee one. Give me a knee one. I can rotate it between right and left knee. Our friends at Wayne's want to make sure your grass is rotating in and out. Goodness and great goodness.
That's a good one there. Spring and summer is when you want your grass looking the best, right? You know when you worry about that right now in the fall shutdown season. That's why Wayne's wants you on EnviroLawn. They want to help your lawn look great in spring and summer. EnviroLawn gets the proper nutrients and pre-emergence down into the soil and root system to help your yard look the best it can in spring and summer. And you can get on board with EnviroLawn right now by calling 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES. And the number 1, use the code TNR when you call. Why, Ryan, do I use the code TNR? Well, do you like saving money? That helps you save. You don't pay for the first month. 12 months for the price of 11 with the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Daniel says, ironically, concussions probably could be the cause of why he's making these bad business decisions.
Could be. I would at least claim that if I'm him. I used the medicine. It didn't help. Obviously, they were overvaluing it.
Chris, Wranglers ain't cheap. John says he wears the Wranglers LT because Wrangler paid him a lot of money to wear those.
Yeah, I think that he was in Wranglers commercials.
He was, but I think he was wearing the Wranglers before he endorsed Wranglers.
Yeah,
well, maybe so.
I'm just saying, I don't know what he's spending his money on.
What is the dollar amount for you to wear nothing but Wrangler jeans the rest of your life?
There's one, yeah.
There is one. Is it an enormous amount? Is it more than Dan Lanning's buyout at Oregon?
It would not be that much done away.
Not be $14 million. So somewhere under $14 million right now, Wrangler.
If you can tell me right now that I am going to win the Powerball, I will wear Wranglers for the rest of my life.
I mean, wow, that's a broad statement.
Yeah.
Hey, if I won
awesome.
the Powerball solo, I'm not sure I'd wear pants the rest of my life.
You wouldn't have to.
You wouldn't have to, right?
I mean, the Wranglers, Leon Bridges are $130, man. That's more than I spend on jeans.
That's more than I spend on jeans.
I'm like a $50 guy. If they're over $50, I ain't getting them.
I'm a $62.95 guy.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a weird place to draw the line.
I will not go 63.
I'm a thrift store guy.
Will
He's
not
already
go
broken
63.
in.
All right, let's do our upset alert today. Rockstar's got the button ready. It's brought to you by our friends right there at Baumhauer's.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
Bob Baumhauer, our friend, celebrating 40 years. He delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get into one of those great locations for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, let's see the standings for us, or where we are going into Week 11. 10 chances to win. Brown is 6-4 with 18 points.
A blowout.
LT's got 7 points with 3 and 7.
Just waiting. I'm anticipating. I'm nervous.
I think they're going to be underwhelmed.
And I'm 4-6, but with only 6 points. Some early layups for me there. So being dead last, I will go first. When you suck at something, like I suck at this,
right?
I'm going to go to an institution that has spent most of its football life sucking.
Kansas.
Wrong. But you're going to get there soon.
Vanderbilt.
Wrong. The Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Rutgers. I'm going to wear the Scarlet R this week.
I like it, Jimmy.
I like it, man.
Plus 10.5.
Good call.
At Michigan State. Going with Greg Schiano, good coach. They had Michigan down 17-14 at home this past week. Michigan State, not as good as Michigan. Rutgers on the road in East Lansing. East Lansing reminds me a lot of Piscataway, New Jersey. Seems two places I don't want to go. Rutgers plus 10.5 at Michigan State. I think they win the game outright.
What's your Scarlet R stand for?
It stands for
Rutgers.
Rutgers. It stands for rough season of picking. Rough season.
The McGruff
Raunchy
hot dog.
picks. Yes.
I'm going to go back to Old Faithful.
Oh, look at him, man. He's found a drawing he likes. He's going to stick with it.
It's impressive.
No,
it's a
I
good one.
liked this before. Before I even thought about my drawing, I like Louisville a lot. They've won 4 consecutive games. They're taking on Clemson.
You want to color it in?
Oh, yeah, I can
Add a
color
little
it in.
color?
You
You
have
something to do the rest of the show?
You have a few minutes here.
No, I think Louisville, I think they've got an outstanding opportunity to give Clemson back-to-back losses. I don't remember the last time Clemson lost back-to-back games, but I think we can see it this weekend.
So you're riding with the Louisville Cardinal. Is what that is? If you're listening or watching at home and did not know what it was.
If you saw it, you know exactly what it was.
Yeah, you did. All right, so that gets us to the top of the heat. Upset alert time. The guy who's leading the way. Let's turn it over to Ryan. Should we all go like it's Stephen A. Smith? The other day, Michael Irvin was on a rant, and Stephen A. and the other guy were both. They kept doing cutaways, and they had the same image in the triple box. They just kept doing this.
Just staring.
Well, the other guy just ranted for like 7 minutes.
I'm not going to rant.
All right.
Scott, if you don't mind, I hate to do this to you, Scott. Could you put the standings back up on the screen for the people to see them? I need to. So 18 points to 7. So Dunaway, you came up with a scoring system here. How do you get to 18 points, Jim?
You get 1 point first off.
I think it's a complete ripoff of game day.
Okay, Lance.
You get not exactly. Yes. I wish I'd used theirs, but you get 1 point if your team covers or if it's under 6.5 and you win.
Okay.
If it's over 6.5 and
you hit it and you get it outright.
If you cover, you get 2 points.
Yep.
If you get it outright, you get 3 points.
So 6 wins, 18 points. What's 6 times 3, Jim?
That is 18.
That's 18 points. That's how I've got. Thank you, Scott, for the standings. That's how I've gotten to 18 points. Is you swing for the fences in this, right? You go big or you go home on the upset alert. Now, last week, a lot of people laughed at my upset alert. I did the reverse Fran mine. We talk about franning it up when a coach is thinking about taking a job and he performs poorly at his game because he's focused on taking that job. I said, nope, I'm going to go with a reverse Fran mine, and I am going to take Hugh Freeze and Liberty. Did anybody watch that game?
I did.
Did you, Lance? It was on SEC Plus.
Yep.
I did not.
You didn't watch that game, Jim?
I watched the highlights.
Liberty was catching 13.5. We call that a max bet here on the show, 13.5. And I said, Liberty is my pick. And Dunaway goes, Lance, you were out, so let me reenact it. Blowout.
Yeah.
Blowout.
100% thought Arkansas would blow them out.
Blowout. 13.5 points. Rockstar, how many of those points did I need? How many, Rockstar?
3, 2, 1. Actually, you didn't need any of those.
Yep.
You need them.
Rockstar, you created a new character last week, I'm told, on the Rockstars Playhouse. What was the character you created?
Oh, it's somebody I've heard of called the Brown Bandit. Oh, no, he's here. Oh, no, he's
Guess
here.
who's back, baby? Guess who took a week off? But guess who's back on the show?
Oh, no.
Huh? Dunaway, who's back? Dunaway. Tell him who's back, Dunaway.
The Hamburglar.
The Brown Bandit's back. And we're going to the Big Ten.
But see, your outfit's black, and you're the Brown Bandit.
My last name's Brown, but don't tell the authorities in Vegas. I don't want them coming after me.
It's confusing to me.
Well, the Brown Bandit's back. We're going to the Big Ten. We're going to a game that involves who was one of the sexiest storylines of the Big Ten.
Before you get really into this, can we lose the lights? This would be better if we just had
Scott can do anything we
turn
want.
the lights off, Scott.
And what's it going to look like?
I don't know.
That's not a good look.
No, give me his tight shot.
All right, we'll go tight shot.
See what he looks like in the tight shot.
Yep.
Oh, I like this better.
Yeah. The Brown Bandit.
Hold
I'm
on.
right here.
Hold on.
Your flashlight on your phone.
Are you endorsed by Puma?
Okay. Now wait.
All right.
Give me a little brown tight
Oh
shot.
my gosh, Dunaway, could you overproduce this anymore? That's not working.
You're making it
worse.
cheesy, Dunaway.
Yeah, Dunaway.
Yeah. Don't cheese this up, Dunaway.
I mean, I had a script here and you walked all over it. The Brown Bandit is back. We're going to the Big Ten. Illinois was one of the early sexy stories in the Big Ten. It's starting to fall apart. They lost to Michigan State. Who loses to Michigan State? Who loses to Michigan State? Bad football teams, that's who. Illinois lost to Michigan State. Here comes Purdue. Aiden O'Connell, leading passer in the Big Ten, about to play against Illinois. He's had 2 consecutive bad games. Rockstar, you know what Aiden O'Connell never does?
He never sleeps alone.
He never has 3 consecutive bad games. Give me the boiler. It's such a good photo, but we got the lights on. Choo, choo, woo, 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 woo. Sound that horn, Rockstar.
It's like a train coming at you.
Yeah, they're ding, 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 ding,
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
The Purdue Boilermakers plus 6.5 as they play Illinois. Aiden O'Connell never sleeps alone and never has 3 bad games. Rockstar, shout out Rockstar's Playhouse. Shout out Aliceville's Federal Correctional Institution, the old FCI in Aliceville.
Wait, shout out Mel Tucker's contract.
Shout out Mel Tucker's contract. We actually...
Shout out America.
Shout out United States of America. We actually talked to somebody who had done some inside the walls work at the Aliceville Federal Correction Institution. And he told us at Bud Light Game Night the other night that the women there aren't as ugly as you might think.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Lance, he actually said there's actually some hot women there.
A lot of the cartel women.
That's right.
Wow.
They do have cartel connection.
Shout out cartel women.
Shout out Mexican drug cartel.
Don't get involved with one, though.
For the record, I am not interested in any of those women that are associated with the Mexican drug cartel. But shout out anyway, Aliceville Correctional Institution. The ladies there don't look like the woman from Throw Mama from the Train, so I'll take your apologies at any point, Dunaway, for making fun of Aliceville Women's Correctional Facility being hot for me. Purdue, plus 6.5. Rockstar!
Yes, sir.
What do we need with those points?
You don't need them. We don't
need them! Purdue outright for the win. It is my lock of the year from the Big Ten.
The ironic thing, the hot women in Aliceville are the Spaniards, and you can't speak Spanish.
That is true. I have no way of communicating with them. If anyone from the drug cartel is watching this, no interest in your women at all.
No el comunique.
The Cafe Bandito. What is
I
it?
know hablo inglés.
Marron Bandito.
Yes. Gringo married. Gringo married.
I colored my cardinal.
That's a pretty good cardinal.
Oh, you
Lance.
did well.
You have found your calling.
Yeah, I thought you were going to have to do it in the commercial break.
No,
you had plenty of time
man.
there.
You found your
might wanna
calling.
Save that.
Yeah.
The best is going to have to watch awkwardly take the costume off. That's the best part for me.
Right.
Yeah, just
for the Brown Bandit to unveil
just to
himself? Not on
undress.
camera.
Not
No,
on camera.
Not on
Oh, yeah.
camera.
Yeah, too bad you're not single. At Aliceville, if you had a...
None of the Hispanic.
They'd be like,
females,
keep the
Lance.
mask on, keep
Yep,
the mask on.
Not the
Bandito,
Hispanic.
Bandito.
Nope. Not interested, Lance. Cartel women, no go.
Yeah. El Meron Bandito is what Lunsford is saying.
What does that mean, Lunsford?
What's the brown bandit in Spanish?
I think it's the married bandit, right?
That's the married bandit. El Marino
That's the
Bandito.
Brown showing that. Rusty says Brown showing the wedding band has right now Aliceville Correctional Facility is rioting.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you just have a pen pal from there?
I'm all for it. Tell them to write me a letter, man. We'll read it on the show.
Yeah. Tommy says, is that a euphemism? You colored your Cardinal?
Took me a while, but I got it going.
All right. That's our upset alert brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's, I think.
Yeah, again, pick up a...
Baumhauer's now celebrating his 60th year.
delicious lunch today. How about the Alabama hot chicken from Bob's own personal recipe? He now keeps that locked away. Baumhauer's bringing you the newest, greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Pick it up for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Welcome back, Brown. You missed it.
Where did the brown bandit go?
God, you black out sometimes.
It's crazy.
You picked a weird time to go
Your
to the
light
bathroom.
hype man was on it.
I know. Yeah.
If I'd have known in advance, we'd have had that thing spotted for you.
No habla inglés.
Yeah. When we come back, more college football, and then the great Joel Klatt joins us at the top of the hour. Klatt sending out message yesterday, don't worry about Alabama. They'll be all right. Klatt with us at the top of the hour. More when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
More football at the top of the hour with Joel Klatt. Right now, it is time for Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
The game week special, Alabama Ole Miss. How about this? 15% off their 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art calendars. Includes the limited edition calendars. Great Christmas present. Their 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art calendar highlights rendered original art by Daniel A. Moore featuring Alabama National Championships. The limited edition calendar includes an artist signed and numbered 8x10 lithograph of The Legacy Begins. It's a $50 value. There's only 500 in addition. Use that code, Naughty Toddy. That's Naughty Toddy at checkout. Offer ends 11/13/22. Shop now at DanielMooreArt.com.
Did anybody watch the announcement last night?
Of what?
Sexiest man alive.
Oh, no.
Do we know who got it?
I don't know.
Chris Evans.
Who's that?
Oh,
that's the
Captain
Superman
America.
guy?
Yep, Captain America. Superman, Captain America.
Yeah.
So he is the sexiest man alive in 2022.
I'm glad something good finally happened in his life.
Caught a break.
I watched that movie with him and, oh my gosh, it was the Assassin movie, the Netflix original.
Gray Man.
And he had the porn stash. It's hard to pull off the porn stash and get sexiest man alive. Outside of Burt Reynolds back in the 70s.
Who do I confuse him with? Chris Pratt. That's who I confuse him with.
Or Chris Pine.
Or Chris
No,
Hemsworth.
Nope, it's Chris Pratt.
Or Chris
Hemsworth.
Columbus.
Yeah, it's Chris Pratt. Yeah, that's who I confuse him with.
Well, anyway, today, HBO Max has a new documentary called Say Hey, Willie Mays. Archival footage, contemporary interviews, and reflection on Willie Mays and his trailblazing influence in outside baseball. Stars Barry Bonds, Reggie Jackson, and the late Vin Scully. It's a documentary.
That was one of the first books I remember checking out of the library, like 3rd grade, was a small little action book called Say Hey, Willie Mays.
Did you enjoy it?
It seems like I did.
7 p.m. on Hallmark. 2 more things. 7 p.m. on Hallmark, you got the Ghost of Christmas Always. Now, this one sounds good.
All right, let's hear it.
Catherine is the ghost of Christmas present, and she must help one soul, Peter. She must help him rediscover his Christmas spirit. But this year has something unusual in store.
I mean,
so what is going on with Peter?
I think I've seen this, Rockstar, and I hate to spoil it for everyone, but the reason Peter needs to rediscover his Christmas spirit is he's actually Kris Kringle.
He's been concussed.
He's forgotten he's Kris Kringle.
Been taking those far pills.
And if she doesn't help him rediscover his Christmas spirit, kids everywhere don't get presents.
Yeah. If you had to be the ghost of something, would you rather be the past, present, or future?
I would rather be.
Everybody hates the future.
Present.
Yeah, the future scares you to death.
Yeah, the future's the one that the game
either
changer.
past or present.
I'd want to be the present one.
And finally, I saw today, I didn't know this, on an announcement, it was actually on Stern this morning, Conan O'Brien is getting his own channel on Sirius XM called the Team Coco, where it's going to have bunch of old audio interviews from the TV show, and then a bunch of his podcasts. So that's going to be the Home From His podcast, Conan Needs a Friend. So it's a really good podcast, and they're going to have it starts November 15th, I believe.
Yeah.
5-year deal on SiriusXM.
Will it be streaming only, or will it be on the satellite?
I think it's just on the satellite, on your
because
SiriusXM radio.
There's someone I liked the other day got a channel.
Eminem?
Eric Church got a channel the other day, but it's streaming only.
Well, he's had Shade 45 forever, but they're doing nothing but Eminem.
So it's only streaming on SiriusXM.
Yeah, so obviously you can put, like us, there's so much place you can put on streaming that just stream, but only so many slots they got on the satellite.
Well, they do like if U2 or somebody's coming up with an album, they'll do like this is a U2 channel for 2 months, and then they'll give it to the Eagles or somebody else. If somebody's promoting something, I think that's really cool, where they have live footage and everything. So.
Have you watched White Lotus?
I have not yet.
I think this season is better through 2 episodes.
Oh, good. I'm going to catch up on both of those
You'll like
today.
the local Italians.
Yeah. I'll get to that today, this afternoon, probably now. All right. That was Rockstar's Viewing Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, the Game Week special is the 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar. The limited edition calendar includes an artist-signed and numbered 8x10 lithograph of The Legacy Begins, $50 value. There's only 500 in addition. Use that code NOTTYTODDY at checkout. That offer ends 11/13/22. Go to danielmooreart.com to shop today.
All right, NFL conversation now. Before we get the Klatt back to football, brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie, her board-certified team, ready to help you lose weight. You're sitting around, you're piling on the LBs, your blood pressure's going up, your cholesterol's going up. You're saying, what the heck am I going to do? Here's your answer. It's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness. I've done it before. It is so user-friendly. You eat your own lunch, you eat your own dinner, and they've got a plan to make you lose weight. I lost 45 pounds in 6 months a few years ago, and they helped me keep it off. When I stick to the plan, man, I'm always in great shape. My blood pressure dropped, my cholesterol dropped. See what it can do for you right now. Leslie and her board-certified team are standing by at this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contract, no sign-up fee, and the consultation with Leslie is free. Again, go to the website, aplanforme.com. Xavier McKinney, former Alabama DB, injured his hand on the off week on an guided ATV tour in Cabo. He's going to be out a couple of weeks, hopes to be back for that huge game with Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. Big loss for the Giants.
It really is. And, it's one of those things. I mean, do you think this is a selfish move? Should you be doing stuff like this in season? I mean, you want to be able to, when you have that bye week, be able to let loose and, get away from the game. But, obviously this is a team that's in contention right now, and to lose him it's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Big news for Josh Allen, too, with Minnesota coming up Sunday. He's got the UCL injury in his elbow. They'll be checking that out, seeing right now he is questionable for that game coming up this weekend. And, of course, you get Brady's Buccaneers and that defense against Seattle in that run game. Kenneth Walker at 109 yards. That's the game in Germany this week, early Sunday morning, Seattle and Tampa. Atlanta and Carolina starts us off on Thursday Night Football. Joel Klatt joins us on the other side. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt in just a moment. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Boy, if you're looking for a great lunch today, and I don't know about you guys, when you're looking for a great lunch and you're like, where can I go? And sometimes you forget about your favorite places. Champyschicken.com, Highway 119 is that place. It's open for lunch right now, and it's open for dinner tonight too. Sterling and his crew, wonderful, brined, flavor-packed fried chicken with all the wonderful sides. They've got the poor boys. They got the hand-cut chicken fingers. They've got the Mississippi Delta tamales, specially made desserts like caramel cake made specifically for Champy's world famous fried chicken. They'll handle your tailgate, your office parties, your viewing parties when you're watching things at the house. Just remember Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great folks. Love that you all support him. And also great food, too. Never disappoints. champyschicken.com. Football with Joel in a second. Browning?
We have a new most-watched college football game of this college football season.
Georgia, Tennessee.
That is correct. Right at 13 million, which is a lot. I mean, last year I think Ohio State and Michigan drew 15 million, to put that in perspective. And that was, a pretty big game there, obviously.
Georgia, Tennessee, 13 million on CBS, which now gives CBS the 2 most watched games of the year, with Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia, Tennessee.
Yeah, how did Alabama LSU fare?
It was second with 7.5 million, which is a pretty large audience. So that shows you, Alabama getting upset is going to always draw a big TV audience. And Tennessee, Georgia, I think everybody realized they were playing for number 1 in the country.
Well, it was number 1 versus number 1. But that also shows you something Klatt told us for years and years. You don't have to play prime time in college football wherever the big game is.
That's right.
It could be literally in prime time, or in this past week it was at 2:30, and it can be at 11 o'clock Central Time too.
No doubt about it. That's the Big Noon Kickoff. We'll talk to Klatt about that in 1 second. He's presented by MyBookie.ag, the biggest online selection of odds and contests for your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. NFL, college football, college basketball, the money bag where you spin a wheel and get great epic odds on the best teams, athletes, and events. All right there in MyBookie.ag. Use promo code NEXTROUND. They'll match your bonus up to 50%. Put in $200, play with $300 right away. It is that simple. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Joel Klatt is the analyst on Fox Sports. The Big Noon Kick this week is Indiana at Ohio State. Klatt finally going to get to see the Buckeyes play. What's up, Klatt? How are you?
Oh, when you said it out loud, it just hit a little differently.
It's only a 44.5-point spread, Klatt.
Is that what it is?
Oh,
I
yeah.
hadn't looked yet. I was purposely not looking. So
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, here we go. How you guys doing today?
Doing great. I will say this about Ohio State. And this coming from a Southern guy that loves my SEC football. If they get penalized for that game Saturday, that's crazy. Those were awful conditions offensively.
Can't do that.
Yes and no. I get labeled a Big Ten homer and a Buckeyes homer, but I moved them down a spot.
Okay.
And the reason is, and the reason is because, it's the Big Ten. You're going to face. I know that those were horrendous conditions, but at the same time, you've got to be able to dominate on the ground if you're Ohio State. You've got to be able to. And their failures in short yardage, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 throughout the game. Their inability to sustain a run game. I'm watching the film and I'm like, what? They had to throw it at times because they couldn't run the ball against a 1-win team. That's not good enough, right? So from that perspective, if you just take the wind out of the equation and you think to yourself hey, can you run the ball? Think about it. Alabama, I wouldn't even consider Alabama a great rushing team this year. I think that they are very good. I think Gibbs is outstanding. But in a game in which they're clearly not going to be able to throw the ball very well at all against A&M, they still ran the ball so successfully and controlled the terms of the game. And you can't say that for Ohio State. They're in a 1-possession game with 4 minutes to go in the 4th quarter at one point. So that's the concerning part. And now Weather.com is crashing because Buckeye fans, millions of them around the globe, are just constantly refreshing for November 26th. It's oh my gosh, what's the weather going to be like that day? And that's a problem, right? Whereas from a Michigan perspective, I know exactly what I'm going to get. They might not have as high a ceiling as Ohio State, and I don't think any of us would argue that they do, but that they're more consistent, and I think they're better on the offensive line. So your premise is correct that, you don't want to just throw them out and say, oh, Ohio State is no good. But there are things that you can look at and say that's not good enough. And I think their offensive line play and their run game is one of those.
Klatt, I stand corrected, 40.5. The Buckeyes are favored this weekend.
That's a huge difference. I'll be. By the way, the math on that in the 4th quarter, I'm going to be wait, is this a backdoor cover? Is this a backdoor carry the one? Yeah, that's too difficult.
Have fun with that. Okay, so I think it was 3 weeks ago where Alabama's coming off the loss to Tennessee, and you said, Alabama fans, you're fine. Don't worry. Now they've got 2 losses. And look, the 2 losses come down to a play on each of those games on the road, so they could easily be undefeated at this point. But where are you right now on Alabama coming off that loss?
So I think a lot of things can be true about, Alabama more broadly and specifically. The first would be, I'm not panicking about Alabama. This is not the end of an era. This is not an end of a dynasty. This is a team that got the wrong end of the draw. This year in particular, the road home splits right now in college football are staggering. I don't know if you guys have talked about this at all, but I think that Well, if you've been watching the Joel Klatt show, then you'll be up to speed, guys. Right? You see right there. Okay, so shameless.
No, we love that. We love that.
The road home splits are staggering right now in college football. If you look at what's going on, there's been 7 top 10 matchups. The road team is 0-7. There's been 11 top 15 matchups. The road team is 1-10. If you look at all of the losses of any of the good teams this year, they've been on the road. And then you look at what Alabama has faced on the road. There has not been a team in the country this year that has faced a tougher road test than Alabama. They've faced 3 environments and rosters that really nobody in the country should win at, really. I mean, when you think about it, at Texas, at LSU, and at Tennessee. And they went 1-2 in those games, and they all came down to basically the last snap. I made this point on the podcast. I'm like, think about what it has taken to beat Alabama. And this isn't even what I would consider one of the good Alabama teams, right? For their standards. I think you guys would agree. They don't have the requisite speed on the outside. So their wide receiver core is not what it has been. I don't think their offensive line is what it has been in the past. The defense, I think, is good, although I felt like they would be better. So this is a team that has fallen short in this year. And you can acknowledge that and say, yeah, they have not met expectations. But a broader discussion about Alabama, and I sit back and I'm like, think about what it's taken to beat them, right? These environments that nobody wins at across college football. Nobody wins in these environments. It just doesn't happen, right? So Tennessee, 101,000, LSU, 102,000, Texas, 105,000. It takes Tennessee a barely missed kick for Alabama, and then a made kick by a yard over the crossbar in front of 101,000, in which they carry the goalposts out of the stadium. It takes an LSU team a 2-point conversion, right? So I do not believe that this is some sort of omen for what is to come for the Alabama program. However, in the micro this year, they've woefully fallen short of expectations, and I think in large part due to the things that I mentioned earlier about, in particular, their wide receiver core. It's just not good enough. Bryce is single-handedly with a cape on his back trying to keep them in games, and he does not have wide receivers that can win on the outside, create space, and more specifically, get the safeties out of the box. They don't have the speed that they've had in the last few years.
There's also a chromosome that's missing on that Alabama defense, and I don't know what it is, but Kirby, obviously, when he was in the lab, took part of that with him to Georgia. Not that Alabama can't have it too, but what Georgia did to Tennessee defensively was just a masterpiece to watch. I enjoyed that kind of football, and that was just such a great game to watch what Georgia did to Tennessee.
Dunaway, I don't want to interrupt you, but is that chromosome? I've watched it, and I'm like, man, it's not schematic. Okay. So it's not something that like Kirby's doing differently than Nick. I think it's the middle. I think it's the tackle position. I think that Georgia has had guys in the middle of the defense that build a run wall and push the pocket in the lap of the quarterback. And that used to be what Alabama was able to do.
Jonathan Allen, Marcel Darius,
yes,
those guys.
Exactly. And in the last 2 years, Alabama's been a bit more edge focused. And their edge is fantastic, right? But they don't quite have the middle that they used to, and Georgia does have it. And I think that was the whole key to that game against Tennessee. As I'm sitting there breaking down Tennessee during the course of the year, it was very apparent to me, Hendon Hooker does not gain depth in his drop back. They run that choice route. It was well chronicled last week. There was a couple of great articles and breakdowns across whether it was social media or a lot of outlets. And a lot of people did a nice job with it. That choice concept that Art Briles made famous at Baylor and now Tennessee is using under Josh Heupel. But part of it is that the quarterback doesn't move. He doesn't gain depth. And so if you can push the pocket into him, that's basically the entire key. And Georgia was able to do that against Hendon Hooker. And so that offense wasn't even close to the same. People have said, like, well, that's a wide receiver offense. It's a wide receiver offense. No, it's not. Every offense created under the hand of God is a quarterback offense. And if you can affect the quarterback, then you can affect the offense. And I thought that's what Georgia did. But to your point, I think the chromosome is the middle of the interior. That's where I think Alabama has maybe fallen a little bit short over the last couple of years.
Joel Klatt is with us, Fox Sports. The big new kickoff, 11 o'clock, locally Fox 6, Indiana at Ohio State. Klatt presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up there, MyBookie.ag. You got to see TCU in person. And I heard you talking during the game saying if they had Oklahoma or Texas named, they would be in the top 4.
Yeah.
Having watched the full game, does that look like a team that can be in the college football playoff? Can they hold on and close to them?
No. But I want to remain consistent how I have over the previous 8 years. I don't care what garbage the playoff committee set for us and those that built this playoff. God rest his soul, Mike Slive. I deserve. I want to reward teams that deserve it, and I will continue to do that. So, does TCU deserve to be in the top 4? Yes. Would they beat Alabama this week? No. Right? They've got some good pieces. They really do. And that conference, I actually think that's the second toughest, or maybe third, but like trying to win that conference, the fashion that they're doing it, it's really tough, guys. Right. So like their margin of talent over everybody else in the Big 12 is like minimal, if any whatsoever. They're facing a Texas team that's much more talented than they are this week. And by the way, they go to Texas, and those home road splits are going to impact them. And that's why I don't think TCU wins this week. Texas is likely going to beat them this week in Austin, but they've got some good pieces, and they deserve to be where they're at least in my estimation. I've got them at number 4. I hope the playoff committee does the right thing. This playoff committee is a wildly failed experiment. The playoff as a whole, as a 4-team subjective invitational, has been a wildly failed experiment. It has made the sport worse in a lot of regards. It has separated out the haves from the have-nots, which I don't think is very good. This year in particular, I think is a welcome year for the majority of college football fans, because the teams that have dominated this era are likely not going to be in the playoffs. Speaking of Alabama and Clemson, they've taken up 13 of the 32 overall spots in the playoff over the last 8 years. That's 41% of the participants. They've been 10 of 16 championship game participants. That's 63%. 5 of 8 titles. That's 63%. So this type of year is just better for the sport. When you've got 3 teams on the West Coast that think that they have a path to the playoff, Oregon, USC, and UCLA, that's good for the sport. When you've got a TCU in the middle of the country that their fan base is energized and they think they have a path to the playoff, that's good for the sport. When you've got 3 SEC teams still, maybe an outside 4th, that are thinking to themselves, we've got a path to the playoff, that's good for the sport. The more teams late into November that think they have a path to the playoff, the better. So I went on a wild tangent. You asked about TCU. Do I think that they're one of the 4 best teams in the country? Probably not. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't be ranked there. And I think those are different conversations.
Back to those West Coast teams that you were talking about. Oregon's getting all the pub right now. Outside of UCLA, they really haven't beaten anybody. When I start to look at UCLA's path.
Whoa. They just walked into Folsom. You don't just walk into Folsom.
I see the Buffalo behind you.
Road games in the Pac-12.
Right?
Man.
Like you can't, and I got the little CU thing here. It's like it's sprinkled all over. You don't just walk into Boulder, okay?
I would love to see USC be able to run this thing, but USC's defense is garbage. And I think when UCLA matches up with them, my point was going to be they're going to beat Arizona. I think they beat USC in the Rose Bowl. They beat Cal, and then probably a rematch with either Oregon or Utah. If they go undefeated here on out and they're a 12-1 Pac-12 champion, you got to start to give UCLA a little bit of a look.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that UCLA can run it. They do a really nice job running the football. I think that they're tougher at the line of scrimmage than most people think, being that like the Powder Blues and UCLA, you wouldn't think that, right? But they're pretty tough. They've got a quarterback that's playing very well. And even in that game against Oregon, I know that people, just thought like, oh man, Oregon handled them. If you actually evaluate the game, UCLA at Oregon, Oregon played about as flawless a game as you can possibly play. They were perfect in the red area. UCLA, I believe, kicked 3 field goals in the red area. So that's kind of a perfect scenario. They stole a possession with a surprise onside kick, right? Like that's a stolen, kind of gift of a possession. They were at home. I've told you, like, you just don't beat good teams on the road. And that is a really good environment. It might not be 100,000, but it's a loud environment. And so I think to myself, like, well, will all those things play out again if they were to meet in a neutral in Vegas for the Pac-12 championship game? I actually think UCLA would have a great chance. I think UCLA is better than USC, to your point about USC's defense. If I were to bet right now, I think that I would have to bet if like someone says like, you got to, bet $100 or whatever on who's the Pac-12 champ. I think I would bet on UCLA. Now they're banged up and they need to get healthy. That's a huge deal. But that Oregon UCLA game is going to be a massive game. And to your point about the Pac-12 and path to the playoff, I actually believe that either UCLA or USC would have a better argument or a cleaner argument just because of that Georgia game for Oregon. Like, that's just such a tough hurdle to get over, guys. And it brings me to kind of one of my last points is like scheduling matters, right? Like you've got the draw, like Bama has to go to Tennessee and to LSU in the same year. UCLA's got to go to Oregon, while Oregon doesn't have to go to USC or UCLA or to Utah, right? Like Oregon gets the good draw, but then there's also the choice aspect. In 2018, the year after Georgia had participated in the national championship game, Rob Mullins, the AD at Oregon, is like, hey, you know what? Let's do a one-off neutral with Georgia and Atlanta. What are we doing? Like that, no one was going to win that game. Okay? Guys, like Bama wasn't going to win that game. Not in the first week as the defending champ in Atlanta. So like scheduling matters. And that game, I've said it this way. If Oregon plays Hawaii week 1 at home, they're probably 3rd in the country right now. Clean path to the playoff. That game is going to ultimately keep them out of the playoff.
All right, Klatt Saturday, 11 o'clock, Fox 6, big noon kick, Indiana at Ohio State. The Joel Klatt Show available on where you send that out from your Twitter, right, Klatt? Where do people get that?
Yeah, it's wherever you get your podcast.
Yep.
You can go download it. We've I appreciate it. I've got a lot of Bama fans hit me up on Twitter that have said like, hey, listen to the show and I like it. And I'm like, did we just become best friends?
I think so. Yep. I think that's what that means. Yeah. Klatt is best friends with Bama fans now.
And then there's Bama1123 who says, "Oh, Klatt's coming on. Time to mute."
Oh, I bet he didn't though.
I bet he didn't.
I just praised you. I just praised Alabama.
It probably would help if you wore some next round gear,
That's
which
right.
you still haven't.
Right.
Well, you sent me that one shirt. I'm still protesting the one shirt about like y'all can have the rest.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
By the way, I wore that the other day and did not notice that I was in a Whole Foods. And a lady who did not know anything about football thought it was a very political shirt. She was like, y'all can have the rest. And I was like, oh, so you're a big SEC fan? She's like, no. I said, football? And she's like, I don't even know. No.
Civil War?
No,
Civil
not
War.
football.
Klatt, what he's telling you is wear that to vote today, okay?
Yeah. I'll wear that out in California to vote. Things should go swimmingly well.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
You'll need
Hey, everybody go vote today, by the way.
You'll need
let's
3 forms of
exercise
ID.
our
You'll need 3
rights.
forms of ID if you wear that shirt today.
Not in California.
Hey, what's that app on that flashes a score behind you? What is that? I like that.
It's a little box that I don't know. I just plug it in and it starts like flashing all the scores. Although I think it's broken because if you actually watch it closely, it only rotates 2 games. See, there's USC Colorado and then Missouri Tennessee right there, and that's like for next week. And then watch, wait for it. Watch and USC Colorado.
Who's Missouri playing?
I think it's telling you
So it's not that
two-team
cool. Everyone's like,
parlay,
man,
lay
that
the
thing's
points.
awesome. It's like it's really just a 2-team deal.
Yeah.
I guess USC and Colorado were
My
playing.
wife wanted to know what I wanted for Christmas. I was going to get that box, but now I don't want it anymore.
I don't even know the brand of it.
Yeah.
I probably should. They don't pay me, so
That's right.
Pound sand.
All right, Klatt. Have a great weekend, man. Always
You
fun
guys
talking
are
with
the
you.
best.
Yeah, buddy. See you
Have
next
a great
Monday.
week, okay?
You too.
Bye.
Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
Yeah, and tell us about Johnson RV, too.
I will,
since you brought
Jim.
him up. It's a chance, holidays coming
That's
up.
right.
I mean, ask Santa for the big gift.
Go see America with Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you go. Right now, they're clearing out the 22s. Make room for the 23s. That means you could save on things like the luxurious Ahara and Carnell, as well as many others. Up to $36,000 off on remaining model closeouts. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Our I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Also, another decommitment yesterday. This one came from Kentucky. Parker High School's Khalifa Keith, who was a 3-star running back, decommitted from Kentucky. So he is now still has offers from South Carolina, Tennessee, Mississippi State. There's a little buzz. He may get an offer from Auburn soon. So that decommitment's happening there. We told you earlier about the big one, Anthony Hill, 4-star linebacker from Texas A&M, decommitting. Could be a Texas guy. Could be another SEC school in the mix there. UAB Senior Day this week down at Protective Stadium. Looking forward to UAB. We'll talk to Brian Vincent on the show tomorrow. Samford, head coach Chris Hatcher passed Pat Sullivan as the winningest coach in Samford history now.
Wow.
So a school that has had Pat Sullivan, Terry Bowden, Bobby Bowden as the head coach, Chris Hatcher now the winningest coach in Samford
Good for him.
history.
I like Coach Hatch. Does a good job there.
Really does do a terrific job
I think that
there.
spoke for itself. He's the winningest coach in school history, Brown.
Yep.
Obviously, he does a good job there.
When we come back, the earth shook again Saturday night.
Overrated. That's so overrated.
We will talk about that and do trash. Hang around with us. Overrated tease there from Brown, so hang around.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show, champyschicken.com. Go down and check Sterling's place out on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and they'll handle your tailgating and your viewing parties and your holiday parties all Christmas season at champyschicken.com. Great fried chicken, great sides, and those Mississippi Delta tamales. If you love tamales, you don't have to go all the way to Mississippi and go on a tamale trail and do the touring and all that to find the best tamales in the world. You get them right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's champyschicken.com. The SEC championship game field could be set this weekend with an LSU win and a Georgia win. So it could all be packed up and nice and neat right there, right? An Alabama win over Ole Miss, an LSU win, and a Georgia win. And we were locked in Atlanta with an LSU-Georgia showdown.
Yeah, you know, this will be somebody was asking me yesterday on Twitter when the Iron Bowl will be. You got LSU, Texas A&M that day, which could have an impact.
Could have an impact on possibly the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Or it could be a completely meaningless game in those terms. So you don't know. And then you got Alabama and Auburn. Those are really the only two that they would look at. Georgia plays Georgia Tech. You like showing number one, but my gosh, that could be a blowout.
Yep.
But my point was going to be that's the first time really since 2007 the Iron Bowl is not going to have any national implications whatsoever. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Long time. Trash.
You don't know that. No, I mean,
Let's
here's
keep
the
it
thing. I
alive.
wanted to ask Klatt this.
Okay.
He talks about road teams are having problems playing quality home teams. LSU is on the road at Arkansas. That's a tough environment. And I wanted to see what Klatt probably would have said LSU wins this game, but it would be contradicting what he said.
That is something we can talk about as the week moves on. John Parker Wilson's in the next segment, but right now it's time for Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
What's that? H. What's H? That's a lot. It's heroin. Will it make me sick like the reefers did?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
When you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of increased home inventory. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. Let's start. First, Brian McCarron, 34 years old, pulled up alongside the men as they walked along a road over in England. He claimed to be a serving member, this is actually in Scotland, of the Scotland police, demanded they empty their pockets and take down their pants.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What crime did I commit?
Both victims, who cannot be named for legal reasons, initially complied with the bizarre request, but then challenged McCarran about being a fake police officer.
I don't think you're a real police.
Challenge.
He drove off, but footage of the incident later appeared on social media, led to McCarran and Craig Barton, 21, being reported to the police. They were both arrested and admitted to impersonating a cop.
Did he show you his badge? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
now that I've got my pants down, are you going to put handcuffs on me now?
Yeah.
I can't believe this one. So Taylor Swift is back on tour.
Okay.
Not
You
yet.
can't believe that?
Coming on tour.
Coming on tour, yeah.
Yeah. So the massive pop star recently announced these tour dates. They're wreaking havoc on the wedding industry, and couples in Massachusetts were not spared. One bride-to-be says her plans have been derailed after a block of her guest rooms at a hotel within walking distance to Gillette Stadium in Foxborough was suddenly canceled. Same day, T Swift announced her concert dates, which included the nearby stadium. Now, for months,
A little price gouging about to
That's
happen
what
there.
that sounds like. Yep.
Christina Leonard had been planning her May 2023 wedding to Carmine. The couple's venue is the Lakeview Pavilion in Foxborough. 2 days later, the Home to Suites by Hilton Hotel on Route 1 in nearby Walpole canceled Leonard block of hotel rooms.
Has she already put money down? How can they cancel it?
Can't believe it. I got an email from them stating you're canceled. It was the same day that Swift announced she would be playing 2 shows at Gillette Stadium that same May weekend. I kept saying we have an agreement, means nothing. And they said, nope, we've got a big event coming.
Yeah, I'm going to say, Dunaway, do you know when you book those hotels online and there's all that stuff and you're like, God, I am not reading that. And you click the little check on it and it sends you to the place where you confirm the rooms.
They say they can cancel.
That language is probably going to be that little part you checked right there, if I had to guess. And I'm assuming she probably had not paid anything.
Now, they offered her a block of rooms at a sister hotel, a Comfort Inn Hotel in Randolph, which is approximately 18 miles away from the venue.
It's very generous.
Yeah, very. Like we get this, and you could pay them too. Like you can take your money and pay them.
Now, this is when you got to amp it up and raise holy hell. Because to me,
you may as well scream in that wall right there. They're not going to give you those rooms back.
Update.
No, I this would not surprise me if Taylor Swift has done something for her at this point.
No, not
Taylor
that.
Swift. I'm going to swing at your reception. I'm going to sing at your reception.
Taylor's going to swing here.
There'll be a lot of people showing up. A lot of wedding crashes.
I'll give it a run. We'll see.
Now, in an email sent Friday morning to Leonard and a reporter, a hotel executive officer issued an apology for the, quote, misunderstanding. The message offers to reinstate the room block and provide complimentary accommodations for Leonard and her fiance. The executive also offered to allow the bridal party to prepare for the wedding in the hotel's meeting space and spend time there after the reception.
This is why social media and stuff like that is very, very valuable.
Powerful.
Yeah, it's very powerful. I mean, used to, something like this would happen. Nobody knows about it. Now they don't want the bad PR.
It's too bad of a look.
There's no doubt.
Well, you went from shouting into the wall to
I was wrong.
Trumpeting social media.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, back in the day, you would be wasting your time getting pissed about this because they're not going to get the bad PR. Now you get the bad PR.
When Herbert needed to run some errands in Sydney, Australia, he didn't think twice about leaving his car on a nearby residential street. He parked the vehicle, a rental no less, for just about 15 minutes before returning to the car.
Well, that's like somebody threw out a burning couch.
Yep.
Herbert was shocked to discover that a giant sofa now adorned his windshield, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Now, his Toyota Yaris, I've never even heard of a Yaris.
It looks like a Prius.
Yeah, it's an electric vehicle, right?
Was left badly damaged in the bizarre incident. Police are investigating, have suggested the sofa may have been hurled from a nearby balcony during a party.
Yeah, we know one thing. We know one thing.
Was a West Virginia fan?
West Virginia didn't win, so it's no Mountaineer fan.
Herbert, who had left the car in a small district of Sydney, told 9 News, quote, "It's just bizarre. I was trying to put a ticket onto my car at the moment. I could have ended up in the hospital." Now, I think you would have been dead, my friend.
Yeah, that is right on the driver's side, too.
Yeah, let me catch that sofa.
Yeah, the sofa reportedly plummeted through some nearby trees on its path to Herbert's car. Good thing the trees slowed it down.
Yeah, but look how dirty that couch is.
Yeah, it was pretty
I think they
filthy.
burned it. It looks burned.
It looked burned to me, but
Yeah.
if it's not, I mean, that stuff's had stuff spilled on it, had a little flooding there.
This could be a time travel thing, too, right?
Wow. Time traveler was sitting on the couch?
What makes it a time
I
travel?
have no idea. I mean, a burnt couch out of nowhere.
Time travel. Dang it, couch got away from us.
I have got an incredible story
Where'd you
here.
send our couch? 2022. Dang it. I was in 2220.
It was supposed to go to my living room.
just when you think you can't get another incredible Andre the Giant story, we've got.
All right. I heard you and Rockstar talking about this yesterday.
Yeah,
It piques my interest.
if you're eating lunch, you might want to back up for a minute.
That's not Andre the Giant. That's Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Yeah,
Rockstar.
right. Brutus Beefcake, real name Edward Leslie, appeared as a guest on the Wrestling Shoot interviews. And after being asked about his wildest plane story, it didn't take him long before recalling the Andre the Giant making the trip one would never forget.
Right.
He goes on to say, so Andre, he's up in first class, and he tells them, I got to go. And they're like, oh, my God, what are we going to do? What can we do? They bring him to the back of the plane into the area where they prepare the meals and stuff. They get a big black garbage bag out.
I'm out.
They string it up between some of those carts they use for drinks and everything. And so they basically pulled the curtains, and Andre goes to town. Buddy, I mean, he's ripping farts. It sounds like they're not human. I never heard anything like it. The smell that started coming out from under the curtains, then started coming forward. The back of the plane, that's where all the smokers went. So the back of the plane had a lot of people. There were people falling out of their seats, almost into the aisles, gagging, puking, crying, screaming. And the boys, we were all falling out on the floor just laughing ourselves sick. It was hysterical. He must have half filled up that garbage bag full of shit.
No, this is awful.
Guy weighed 600 plus pounds. He could eat 20 pounds in a sitting. It's funny. The poor flight attendants, they had towels to cover their faces. A couple of them were puking and trying to bag up his shit. They finally got it bagged up. They put it in another bag, then in another bag. Then they put it in an elevator and sent it down to the bottom of the plane just to get it the hell out. He comes walking back up to first class, and he said, give me some wine, boss.
That's awful. That's a terrible story.
But I mean, you got to go. They were probably flying overseas.
I don't have to hear about it.
But just look how massive he is.
Oh, he's a huge human.
And
What was he,
7'6"? Couldn't fit in the bathroom, which is why they had to rig one up.
He couldn't fit in the bathroom at all.
Awful. Oh,
Garbage
made me
bag.
gag a couple times right there, Lance.
I warned everybody.
You did.
Is that trash?
Yeah.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. With rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget, maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Landmine believer, back to what Klatt said on, I'd brought up, it seemed like Alabama's defense was missing a chromosome, and he said, Jim, I think it's right there at defensive tackle, right in the middle of the defensive line. Landmine believer says it's the change in the strength and conditioning program to speed and agility. We have sacrificed physicality and toughness. Something you brought up, I think it's Saturday night, or was it Monday?
I can't remember when it was. That's a great question, but somebody brought, it was not Monday, I guess it was Saturday night, that Alabama misses Scott Cochran. And maybe not just Scott Cochran, like him or dislike him. Maybe it's just the what he brought.
Yeah, but Alabama
the
also,
attitude.
They changed the way they were recruiting too. They went with the lighter, faster guys because of
that's the way the offenses were moving. Yeah,
the run pass options.
Yeah.
So they have, to Klatt's point, what we were talking about, no Jonathan Allen, Marcel Darius, the push up the middle, which is how Georgia impacted Hendon Hooker and didn't allow that offense to work. He had all day in the pocket against Alabama.
And last year, Jordan Davis, he's on to something. When was the last one for Alabama? Was it Quinnen Williams?
Maybe
so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. All right. When we come back, John Parker Wilson joins the conversation. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for somewhere for your son or daughter to go to school, how about a quality education at a great price at the University of Montevallo? Didn't raise tuition for 5 straight years, even through the pandemic. Small class sizes, 14-to-1 student to professor ratio, and beautiful campus. Southern Living raves about the campus. You can find out about that and the Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour today. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly like, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
John Parker Wilson is in studio. We'll get to John Parker in just a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They've been a big part of Drinks with Dunaway, including the cocktail we used on game day last Saturday.
Yeah, look, you need to pick up a bottle this week, this weekend. It's available in 20 different states, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mountain vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available through a local package store, including Pink Package of the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It's Red Mountain vodka.
John Parker had never had the drink we had this past week. It was called the Lap Dance. He'd never had a lap dance before.
Well, I'm sure, yeah.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was a little sweet. It was
a little sweet?
A little sweet for LT.
Little sweet.
I think it was a little sweet for everyone.
John Parker Wilson is with us. He's presented each week by Premier Garage, providing garage floor coating, storage cabinets, and organization systems, transforming your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com or 956-3939. That's 205-956-3939. Where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong in Baton Rouge?
That's a good question.
It was so weird how well they drove down the field on that first possession and just could never find that rhythm again.
Went 3 and out the next 3 drives with some punts. The first drive was impressive. We ran it, we threw it, we kind of did exactly what you wanted to do, and you felt like, all right, Bryce tries to make a play in the end zone, you throw a pick, next drive we're just going to pick up and keep going. But really, I think really never got going in any aspect on offense. Didn't run the ball, really effective, no explosives running the ball. Kind of struggled in the passing game. Really no explosives to speak of besides that, 1 third down to Jace where he took it, 60-plus yards to get going. So it was like we were grinding the entire game trying to get a spark, trying to make a play, trying to get things going, and it never really clicked. And, going 3 and outs in a row really struggles. And then I think we ended the first half with, 2 field goals. Mm-hmm. So we're able to keep it close. But, I think that's kind of the way it's been this season is just, not a lot of explosive on offense has led to just trying to grind out drives.
When you're watching the game, can you realize how not committed to the run they seem to be? Like the first drive, it was run. And then after that, Aaron was on earlier this week. He said they barely didn't run it again the rest of the half. When you played the game, sometimes you had to bang on the door a little bit before you start breaking in and getting some positive yardage running. Are you surprised they don't run the ball more, not consistently, just try to run it into the wall a little bit more.
Dial up some runs and just commit to the run. I think our offense has kind of evolved where, ideally you don't want to run the ball against a bad look, right? It's kind of, it used to be 3 yards and a cloud of, we're going to run the ball no matter what. We're going to out tough these guys, right? That's easier said than done when they got more people in the box. So you kind of got to be adaptive on offense to what they're doing on defense. And if they're trying to get you to throw the ball, you got to try to take advantage of that and be able to make the plays. I think you could try to do that, but there's different ways to run the ball, especially now in today's game where you throw the screens and you throw the quick game and quick passes, get the ball out of Bryce's hands.
But that not to sound like the old guy. I understand that's like an extended run, getting the ball on the edge. But these receivers don't block as well as receivers we've had in the past at Alabama.
Yeah.
And if the ball's not thrown right, then you're starting from a standstill out on the edge, and then you're having to get going on the edge as opposed to running downhill. It's not. I know they say it's the same, but it's not the same.
It's not. It's a mentality thing too, right? I think more than anything, it's just a MO as a team, and we're going to go out here and we are going to dominate. I don't care if you put 12 guys in the box. Like, we're running the ball. We weren't very effective running it. It really affected us. I mean, we went to three and outs. And I remember talking, I don't know what point of the game was, but our average third and to go was 12. So we got to get 12 yards on the average, and I think it was the whole first half, 3rd down and 12 to pick up the first down. You can't make a living doing that. It's just too tough. And to me, it was just, without being able to run the ball for whatever reason. We didn't call it because we didn't feel like we could. We didn't feel like we were going to be effective, but we had a better chance throwing the ball. If you are going to throw it, you got to put yourself in third and at least give us a chance, 3rd and 5 or something like that, where you can convert, because you can't live in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 10 plus.
I think it was it 2018 where Alabama had like 7 or 8 defensive touchdowns, and they've got 8 forced turnovers through 9 games.
Yeah,
and it's almost hard to believe. And again, they didn't force a turnover against LSU. I mean, I don't know how who you put that on. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I know, because it's and we talked about it during the game, was like, all right, you're looking for a spark. You're looking for something, and that changes the momentum of the games is when you can get those interceptions, even if you don't put points on the board, it changes the way the offense thinks. And, I think, and you can't say this against LSU. Some teams are game planning to get the ball out of the hands. We're not going to make a mistake, but at some point you've got to create those mistakes, right? Whether it's pressures, whether it's DB gambling a little bit and make a play. And maybe that's the thing is, I feel like we're in good spots. We're covering well, right? Kool-Aid's leading right now in pass breakups. Eli had an okay game this one, but it's like we're not in position to go make those plays, and it affects us. I think, we always talk about winning the line of scrimmage, winning the turnover battles, and penalties are like three things you can always – in red zones, right? Those are the things that you got to win in order to win games. I mean, if a team has 2 or 3 turnovers, their likelihood of winning statistically goes to the basement. So
it's hard to believe Alabama is dead last in turnovers forced in the SEC.
It is, and I think we're seeing that, right? We won 2 close games, we've lost 2 close games. We're in these close games because we haven't created a spark on offense with explosive plays, and we haven't done it on defense with turnovers.
John Parker Wilson is with us, former Alabama quarterback, now analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2:30 game time in Oxford, 11:30 airtime on the Crimson Tide Network. He's presented each week by Premier Garage. You don't normally pay as much attention or style to your garage as you do the rest of the home. Premier Garage can help you with that. They make it good-looking and more functional. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com or 205-956-3939. So you get to have another road game against another pretty good team and an offensive coach that is about as unpredictable as they come.
Yeah, and that's tough. That's tough to game plan for. I mean, they run the ball really well, right? They've got a good quarterback. Kiffin, we've seen him in the past. We know exactly how creative and different things he can do, and he's probably been saving up some plays and some different schemes and for this game. So, look. We always talk about this is the SEC. Like everybody is pretty good for the most part. Ole Miss doesn't care that we're not going to the SEC championship. They don't care that we're not going to go to the playoffs. Probably you got to show up for this game, and I think we're going to see a lot of who our team is, not only for this year but moving forward on how they respond to it. Because to me, this is going to be a tougher game than LSU just because of what they do on offense. I mean, defensively, you've got to be extremely on point every single play because they're going to move it around. They're going to formation and shift you to death where you've got to be so tuned into what the play call is and then what your responsibility is. If not, you're getting gashed. Those are how big plays happen is when you're misaligned or you cover the wrong guy. LSU did it on their touchdown pass. Linebacker didn't adjust. He's got the running back out of the backfield. He stays on the blitz. Typically, the running back would pick up that linebacker, but he was on a free release, so he's wide open, scored a touchdown. Those kind of things can happen a lot this week against Ole Miss if you're not dialed in and, if all 11 guys on defense are on the same page.
Dunaway brought up the fact that, they're not really committed to the run. Jahmyr Gibbs, how many touches should he get a game? Because outside of Bryce Young, he's the only explosive offensive player they got.
He's it. And just like, last game again, or when LSU played, we knew Daniels was getting the ball, right? The ball was going to be in his hands when the fourth quarter started until the end of the game. Like, he is going to be involved, and I think Gibbs is the same way. I don't know what his average rushes attempts per game. Or is it probably 10, 15 maybe?
Yeah, I would go 12, 15 probably.
I think you got to look to get the ball in his hands, 20 times a game. So if we run 60, 80 plays a game, at least 20, just because he is that spark right now that we have on offense. We've seen it. He's had a lot of explosive runs. He catches the ball well, but I think we're still looking for that other guy besides him to emerge. So when you get in situations like this, you look at Jimmy's and Joe's, right? You got to find your guys, and whatever it takes to get on the ball, you got to get on the ball because right now, whether it's running or throwing the ball to him, he picks up a lot of yards. He picks up first downs and he scores touchdowns.
12.5 rushes per game. That's what he gets.
Say 10 to 15.
That's
right.
what you said.
Yeah.
He is John Parker Wilson. You can hear him from
Numbers
Oxford,
guy.
Mississippi with Chris Stewart, Tom Stipe. Who's on sideline this week?
Christian Miller.
Christian Miller hanging in there on sideline. Butch Owen, the entire gang there from Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 Kick 11:30 airtime is presented by Premier Garage. Each week, premiergarage.com, 205-956-3939. The floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. premiergarage.com or 205-956-3939. Enjoy the trip.
Appreciate it. Hopefully we're in a better mood next week than we are this week. It's so much easier to come in here when we're winning.
I know.
Yeah, gosh. All the way back to thanks to you, 2008.
There we go.
There we go.
In the right
Get him, Jim.
direction.
Thank you, Jim.
When we come back, John Cohen has been introduced at Auburn. You will hear from him. That's part of our Michelson look ahead. We've also got 4 downs. It's all brought to you by the great folks at Michelson. 1 more hour to go here on TNR LT.
Yeah, make that phone call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her that the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to find out if LASIK is right for you. 0 cost. 969-8100. First time in like 20 years I got caught up on that spot.
That's crazy.
time.
Yeah. John Parker Wilson's very intimidating.
Yeah, he really is. Just staring me down. Again, for more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mike Michelson, the best in the business. Call today, 969-8100 or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're taking some care of some business out in the lobby, Rockstar. Back with our friends at Culver's, 2 locations.
Boy.
Yep.
Hoover and 280 is the Buffalo Chicken Finger.
So good.
It was part of the menu before the pandemic, but the supply chain got clogged up a little bit there, and they had to cut one of the chicken finger items off the menu. So that was the one that was lost in translation, but it is back. And Brown and I just had one or two. How good was it?
Fantastic. It's just such a good juicy tender, but then you taste that buffalo chicken seasoning.
Tasted like game day out there.
So good.
I smell it right now.
He's
got
got
my
some,
breath?
No.
Oh, good.
I smell it coming down the hall.
Yeah,
He's
it's good.
got some chicken sandwiches out for the whole staff and
Yep.
everything too. So we'll be out.
Everybody go eat.
In the commercial break there. Get you some. Right there. One more hour to go. We're about to hear from New Auburn AD John Cohen, cut number 11 Rockstar. As we get into this hour, he's going to explain to us what he's looking for in the next head coach at Auburn. But first, tell us about our friend Dr. B, who's got your hair looking like it's being introduced at a news conference today.
12 to 14% thicker when I went in for the hair analysis just about a month ago. Now I'm in the second phase. Look, unfortunately, with age, for most comes hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation. It's so simple to do. I had a virtual meeting with Dr. B, went over the options. I'm still doing the non-invasive laser treatment. Now I'm on my second treatment as well. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. Again, right now, 12 to 14% thicker already. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
What was it? Pat Dye, then it was David Housel, then it was Jay Jacobs, then Alan Green, and now to John Cohen. Is that all of them?
I think it's all the
Since Coach Dye got there?
I think that's all the full-time ones, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So now we're to John Cohen, who was a long-time Mississippi State head baseball coach. He's from Tuscaloosa. He's now the AD at Auburn, introduced officially today at 10:30 Central Time. Here's what John Cohen is looking for in Auburn's next head football coach.
John, could you just talk about not asking you for specifics, but just the process of a search for a job as big as the head football coach and kind of what that entails?
Kind of thought somebody would ask that question. I actually brought this, and I'm not going to open it up, but this is a very, very long process. In fact, I have 58 things on this piece of paper that we go through as we go through this process of looking for a new head football coach. It all starts. It starts with this. It starts with culture. It starts with X's and O's, and it starts with recruiting. Those three things have to be up front, but there's a whole lot of other things that have to be answered before you get really deep into it. It's about fit, and there's not an exact science. There's analytics. There's a little bit of gut feel. There's a lot of factors. I could read you off this list a lot of this is commonsensical, but a lot of this is really important to me as I've been through the hiring process several times.
My next question would be, you don't have to read it, but can I get a quick screenshot
That's right.
of that sheet of paper?
We'll read it for you.
Yeah.
And his hiring process, as he talks about, has been an interesting one in the football job at Mississippi State. If I am not mistaken, he's the one that hired Joe Moorhead, right? He was there. He made that hire. And while Moorhead, I mean, when you look back at his record, you don't call it a complete failure. It only lasted 2 years. I mean,
it's just an impossible offense to watch.
It was not great. I wouldn't call it a total complete failure, but it wasn't a success either. And then I don't know where we are on Mike Leach. I mean, I know how you feel about him. I know how Lance and I feel about Mike Leach overall as the coach.
He talked culture and fit there.
Well, I mean, which is interesting because
culture and fit in Starkville for Mike Leach. Is that check either one of those boxes?
No, but that's interesting because nor did Joe Moorhead. His 2 hires at Mississippi State did not fit either one of those boxes, culture or fit. And both hires, really, he was praised for that, which is interesting. He was praised for going and getting Joe Moorhead, a non-Southern guy. Now, there were questions about, and there were questions with Brian Kelly on this too, by the way, cultural fit. Can he recruit in the South? Can a guy that talks the way Joe Moorhead talks recruit in the South?
Well, see, it's not so much where he's from for Mike Leach, just his way of running a program. I'm not talking about accent. I mean, Mike Leach is well-rooted in the South with Kentucky and Valdosta State, Texas Tech. I'm not worried about region of the country these guys come from. I'm worried about, what kind of culture do they build inside a football program. And Mike Leach has never looked like one that had the kind of culture that would win an SEC championship.
Did you see what he did Saturday? We'll get back to Cohen in a second, I know. But Saturday, and Klatt, I hope, saw this because Klatt can't stand Mike Leach. Yes, Mike Leach. His receivers were playing so poorly, he walked over and he folded up every chair. You know how they come and they sit in their little position groups? He folded up the receivers' chairs and put them down. So they didn't have anywhere to sit when they came to the sideline. You hate that kind of stuff.
I hate that kind of stuff.
The 2 people I thought of when I saw it was Dunaway and Joel Klatt.
You know what I would respect a lot more?
What?
If he walked over, grabbed the chairs, and threw them into the hedges on the sidelines, I'd respect that a lot more than folding them up and setting them down.
17 and 16 at State, 10 and 14.
Pretty passive-aggressive,
It is quite passive-aggressive. So, I don't know if Leach is a success. So, you can't praise Cohen yet for it. You can't kill Cohen yet for it. You don't know. That one's an unknown. This will obviously be the biggest hire he's ever made. You are tied to your coach as an athletics director. If Mike Leach had not worked out at Mississippi State, that was going to weigh Cohen down. Might not get him fired, but it was certainly going to weigh him down and get him closer to being fired than he was. You're always tied to your football coach. Ask Alan Green. He didn't even outlive his, and his only made it a season and a half. So
I would say Cohen sees the writing on the wall, which may be why he's in Auburn.
Well, I don't know, but I don't think any athletics director takes a job in the SEC without knowing I'm tied to my football coach. Unless you're at Kentucky, then I'm tied to my basketball coach. You've got to get that hire right.
It would not surprise me now if that 58 list, the checklist that he had with him, was not designed after the hiring of Mike Leach, because it seems like some of those boxes were not checked. So this is the new list.
This is the post to Leach.
I've learned from Moorhead and Leach. I've got a 58 checklist.
Again, Leach has not been a failure.
He's not. It's an unknown.
He hasn't been a failure, but he hasn't been a success.
No, I think he's about what most people expect at Mississippi State.
No, he's not a factor. He's about what you expect Mississippi State to be.
Now, wait a minute, Dunaway.
No, I'm just saying.
No. I know what you're just saying, but let me ask you this.
He's doing what we expect Mississippi State to be. We want.
I think their ceiling
Mississippi
is
State
8-4.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what. But I can't run a program where my ceiling's going to be 8-4. What a crappy way to live life.
Okay, give this a grade. I'm going to exclude the COVID season, if you'll allow me. That was his first season. I don't think it's fair to hold that against him.
Okay.
All
I
right.
won't hold anybody's first season.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so 13-9, 7-7 in conference. You give that what grade at Mississippi State?
That's a C. You can't say at Mississippi State.
All right.
That's where you guys make the mistake all the time. But Dan Mullen's a great coach. He was a great coach at Mississippi State.
13-9, 7-7 at Vanderbilt. What do you give that?
13-9, 7-7 at Vandy is an improvement of what Vandy is on a regular basis now.
I asked for a letter
once
grade.
we start doing that, then we've got to get better, or we're just going to be a middle-of-the-road program.
Well, I mean, I actually, once you do that at Vandy, you get a great job out of it.
Yeah,
but I know what you're saying.
If you're going to stay there, all I'm saying is we not Mississippi State fans, are very comfortable with Mississippi State being 7-5 every year, right? But Mississippi State fans want more. They want to win championships, right? Ole Miss, we're fine with Ole Miss being 7-5 all the time. We're fine with Vandy being 3-9 all the time because that's what they are most of the time, and that's easy. It's easy, but I can't be the leader of that program going in with a 7-5 mentality. So I don't go looking for a coach who is going to bring me 7-5 seasons. If I'm doing that, then I'm doing a crappy job as your athletic director.
Realistic expectations, because I don't know who's going to do better.
Well, then you should not be my athletic director at Mississippi State if you don't think we can win a championship at Mississippi State. Why are we playing the game?
Well, I mean, you never have.
We're basically just the Washington Generals for the rest of you guys? Is that what you want me to do?
I'm just telling you. I'm just being realistic here. When's the last time Mississippi State won an SEC championship?
Well, but let's be honest. Realistically, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are supposed to be bottom feeders in the league.
Yeah, totally different. Apples and oranges.
They are traditionally.
Apples and oranges.
That's apples and oranges. You're talking about two totally different things.
Yeah. But we all think – the Clippers will never win an NBA championship, and I don't think they will either. But my God, if I'm running the organization, I can't think that way. If I'm coaching, if I'm playing, I can't think that way.
The reason you can't use an NFL, and this is a credit to the NFL, they have set it up so no one franchise has an advantage over another one. There's not a franchise in the NFL that's got a
bad example. But in a college game, I can't be 7-5.
You can't be, but there are college programs that have it. Alabama's got a massive advantage over Mississippi State.
100%.
Massive.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yes.
So that's why
that's all I'm saying. I don't know who would have done a better job than Mike Leach.
Dan Mullen did.
Well, he did. He did do a better
job. Dan Mullen did.
He did. Longer sample size, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Mike Leach may end up winning the national championship next year.
It won't happen at Mississippi State.
I can't approach life fitting into y'all's category of being a 7-5 team. I've got to try to hire, the next great coach if I'm at Mississippi State. And now he's at Auburn, and the rest of the world would feel very comfortable if it's a Georgia, Alabama world. And then some other teams jump up there. But as the Auburn AD, he's got to try to hire a coach that's going to bring a national championship to Auburn. He can't try to hire a coach that's going to be 9-3 or 10-2. He's got to hire a guy that's going to be 15-0.
I get that, but Auburn's different. Auburn has one championship.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it at Auburn.
So before they had won one, it was okay to be that way.
No.
How did you get to win that first one?
But to LT's point, you can do that at Auburn. It has been proven. I can hire a coach that can win a national championship at Auburn, contend for the SEC on a fairly consistent basis. I mean, if you go back, Pat Dye did that. He contended for the SEC a lot. Terry Bowden contended for the SEC. Tommy Tuberville was constantly in contention in the West. Even Malzahn, who Auburn fans ended up hating, was a factor in the West every third year. I mean, so and almost won a national championship.
Yeah, and Mullen had that 1 year where he was a factor.
So now do Oregon. Now do Utah.
No.
Am I supposed to at Oregon now? They're a national player.
But my point is,
at one point they were Playboy's 10 worst programs of all time every year when I was a kid.
Okay, but my point is, it has been proven it can be done at Auburn. So as an Auburn fan, we can talk all day about what a State fan should want. But as an Auburn fan, my expectation is you go hire a coach that will compete for a national championship. And anything less than that is a failure.
100%.
If you get that wrong,
100%.
like Alan Green got it wrong, that was a failure. Alan Green got, let go, walked away, whatever you want to say, before he had to answer for that. He did answer for it. But Brian Harsin was not doing that. That was a failure of a hire. If you don't compete for a national championship or win an SEC as the Auburn football coach, you have failed as the Auburn football coach.
The
Period.
one
End of
thing he
sentence.
says I 100% agree with, it starts with recruiting. He's got to find a bear of a recruiter because in this league, Nick Saban forever long, he's there still. Kirby Smart until the end of time. Those guys, it's like vampires in blood recruiting to them. They hunt it out. They look forward to recruiting. And Harsin didn't seem to be passionate about recruiting. Gus Malzahn wasn't passionate about recruiting. They didn't live it and breathe it. And you need to have somebody who's going to live it and breathe it that is in charge in the recruiting department. And that's where I would start looking. That would be number one, because a lot of people will knock Nick Saban on his X's and O's, right?
Well, does Hugh Freeze?
But nobody knocks Nick Saban on his recruiting.
Hugh Freeze fits all the X's and O's, or excuse me, the X's and O's.
And
he
the
fits the recruiting.
Yeah. Yep.
He fits the culture.
I mean, if you want what I would guess is the best recruiter of everybody that's been mentioned, and he says now he is not interested, it's Dan Lanning. And the reason I say that is Nick Saban and Kirby Smart don't hire you as an assistant coach if you can't recruit your you-know-what off. You don't have a spot on those staff. So
he's been inside the room, and he knows what they do in their recruiting machine, and he would set it up the same exact way.
If Nick Saban and Kirby Smart trust this guy, I know if nothing else I know about him, he knows about recruiting. Now, can he X and O with those guys? I don't know yet, but I know he can recruit.
Yeah, but is Dave Clawson a good enough coach to win football games? Heck yeah, he is.
Can he recruit in the conference?
But can he recruit? I don't know. Can Brian Kelly recruit? Heck yeah, he can recruit. He was recruiting at Notre Dame, and everybody was shaking it off. Oh, it's Notre Dame. It's Notre Dame. Well, you go back and look at some of the athletes he got into Notre Dame, and now he's got it easier to recruit at Baton Rouge. He is scary as heck. So they got to go get somebody who's better than Saban, Smart, and Brian Kelly.
And in recruiting Jimbo Fisher, I mean, I know we can ding Jimbo's, and he hasn't particularly recruited great after you got called out by Nick Saban and Lane Kiffin. But, I mean, Jimbo's been a pretty good recruiter.
I would love to see
it's nonstop in the
short list, though.
Yeah. And then Kiffin is showing, the portal thing, and Kelly a little bit on the portal thing. That's a new dynamic that if they get somebody that can master that too. Interesting read from Matt Hayes. He says Deion Sanders' hire changes the pecking order instantly for all those boxes right there, recruiting and portal and all of that. That's the new AD, John Cohen, introduced today. Part of our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Chasing that ring right there. If you've got the person, you need the ring, you get it from Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. You can also view that online store today, brombergs.com.
See, the thing about what Matt Hayes said, though, about Deion, and he's not wrong, it doesn't flip anything. Because if you just recruit at an extremely high level at Auburn or Tennessee or anywhere, all it does is give you a same roster as Alabama and Georgia and some of those other programs. That's only half the battle. That's the thing. You can't just go recruit a roster and be like, okay, I got it now. You got to X and O too. So I get the importance of recruiting, and I don't know that Deion can't do that. I'm just saying all that's going to do is put you on a level playing field roster-wise. That's only half the job.
Bobby says you've got to know your floor or ceiling. No, you don't, Bobby. There cannot be a ceiling if you're running a program. You cannot have a ceiling. That's a crappy way to live life. You can't have a ceiling. I mean, Oregon at one point you would have said had a ceiling. They don't have a ceiling anymore. TCU wasn't even in a Power 5 conference. And now they've got a chance to, but they got a chance to play their way into the college football playoffs.
Everything and everybody's got a ceiling.
So there are certain teams out there that will never, ever, ever win a championship.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at one point,
we got a good sample size.
At one point, TCU would have been in that. And so what happens when somebody breaks through the ceiling?
Look,
boom, worlds collide.
To be fair, TCU hasn't done it.
Yeah. Well, they should have been in a 2009 championship game.
I've been around long enough. I've got a big enough sample size. Mississippi State's never won an SEC championship.
Never. They played in one already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It was maybe one of the worst years in SEC football.
Yeah, not for Mississippi State fans. We're back.
Hey, guess what? They were 8-4 again that year.
As Klatt was saying, man, it's good that
let me ask you this:
Pac-12's got 3
ceiling?
Teams. Do I have a ceiling?
Yeah.
I know I don't. But
I'm
old now. But
okay.
At one point, no, I didn't have a ceiling. I could do anything in the world. I live in the greatest country in the world. I'm a free man. I could do anything I wanted to do.
It's unlike you saying this because you seem like somebody that would be realistic. Pessimistic, but realistic.
Yeah. We're talking sports here. And no, you cannot have a ceiling. So you do not believe in who likes soccer behind the glass? What was that team?
Tyler does.
Was it Leicester City a few years ago?
Yes.
One of the worst Premier League teams of all time. They won the league.
There you go.
Yeah.
1 in a million.
1 in a million. That's what this country's built on. Somewhere in California today, there's a guy who just won $2 billion. Yeah. You know what his odds of winning that was?
Astronomical.
Not good.
Oh, it was like 11 billion something.
Yeah,
it was
262 billion. One in 262
billion.
billion.
It only took one ticket.
Yeah, and he's a billionaire today. Well, He's probably, with California taxes, maybe $1 billion.
And you know what he isn't? A Mississippi State fan.
All right, we're back at just sort of.
I did start a little bit. I apologize.
Odie's brings you part of the show. Give me
Leicester City. They're telling you in the chat room, in the Leicester chat room, it's Leicester City. It's pronounced. Yes.
Tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every Wednesday night. But if you're just looking for a great lunch or dinner, I actually had dinner in there last night. The south of the border roll up with some of that spicy slaw. Fantastic food from Rodney Davis for 30 years, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Birmingham Institution is Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you now in the next round. 4 downs coming up in just a second. John Cohen introduced, you heard from him. In the next segment, we'll hear from Jimbo Fisher, a couple of really pointed questions. Before we get to 4 downs, though, our friends at Hemphill want to remind you if something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, LT, you want to call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill to get it right.
Yeah, the first call we make up here is to our friends at Hemphill Services. They can handle anything that you might need, from plumbing, cooling, heating. Yeah, do what I do.
With those chicken tenders, they got some good to them.
Quick update. The Culver's Buffalo chicken is what LT's eating.
So good. So they're going back on the market tomorrow, they told us, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, you got to pick some up. Anyway, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right. Rockstar, before we get to, Forrester, before we get to 4 downs, can you give me the Lane Kiffin tweet? Remember what bothered Lane Kiffin in Texas A&M? He was upset with their defense laying down.
Yes,
he sent this tweet out yesterday.
Yeah.
This is across the pond. These big lions just taking a nap, laying down, blocking traffic. And what does Lane tweet there, LT? Read that for us.
How I feel when a team has a bunch of defense players all of a sudden lay down and won't get up.
So funny. That was a funny tweet by Lane.
Lane Kiffin yesterday.
He gets frustrated. What game was I watching? I don't think it was the Kentucky game. There was a game where it happened, and it might have been at A&M that it was. It was at A&M. And they just happened to cut to him. Like they were going to cut to him anyway. You see the player go down. And they cut to him, and he's just throwing his hands up.
Yeah.
He is so pissed about it.
Well, he told that one player, he's like, he said some words apparently, but go lay down. You know what? Let's do 4 downs. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations in Pell City, opening within days.
Yes, Pell City will be opening any day now. Anything you need, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who wins next national championship in the SEC? Not named Kirby Smart.
Coach that wins the next national championship, and his name is not Kirby Smart. His name is.
You want us to say Brian Kelly?
I don't want you. I want you to say what you want to say.
Hugh Freeze.
Not outside the realm of possibility, Rockstar.
Yeah, but Kelly, outside chance, could have a chance this year. Heupel could have a chance this year.
Yep.
Let's do. If we were in Vegas, your odds would be Nick Saban 1. He would still be your odds on a Vegas on that. Yeah.
He would still be your favorite.
I think you probably go Heupel 2, Kelly 3.
Only because Heupel has a shot this year. If you tell me Tennessee doesn't do it this year, I would go Saban, Kelly.
Heupel.
I'd probably go Saban, Kelly.
Heupel.
You'll go Heupel?
This might be one of those years for Heupel.
Yeah, that's right. If it's not this year, I'd go Saban, Kelly.
I think I'd go Saban, Kelly, and then I don't feel good about anybody.
Just say Heupel, though.
Napier.
Leach.
Not Leach.
He's at Mississippi State, Rocky.
Second down.
I was trying to see who had ceilings.
Okay, more wins the rest of the year. Jeff Saturday and the Colts, or Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss?
All right, so Saturday's got 8 games. I brought this up early, and I was told to wait till 4 downs. Do you want their 8 games again?
No, I remember it. They're 3 and 5.
You had them at 3 and 5?
Yeah, when you ran through, I don't remember the names, but they were 3 and 5.
I don't even care. I'll take sight unseen. I'll take Jeff Saturday.
Versus what's the other side of it?
Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin.
For what? What's
more wins moving forward the rest of this year?
You get the bowl game too?
Yeah, the Ole Miss bowl game. If they go to a playoff.
All right. So, Dunaway, I'll refresh your memory since there's a stake here. At Raiders, hosting Eagles, hosting Steelers, at Cowboys, at Vikings, hosting Chargers, at Giants, Texans.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back so we can do a read with it.
I forecast 1 win. I think they'll beat the Texans.
Yeah. Let's bring it back. I'll do it, but let's bring it back. 3 and 5 is my projection.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Lane Kiffin.
Okay. Fourth down.
You skip third down.
Let's go. I thought I was ahead. Sorry. Third down.
Better chance of happening. Aaron Rodgers gets benched or Bryce Young shuts it down for the season.
It seems like nobody hates Aaron Rodgers more than the Green Bay Packers front office to me. Do you get that feeling? I mean, like they never give him any weapons. They let drafts pass where they don't get him anything. They let trade deadlines pass where they don't get him anything.
Yeah, but they give him a lot of money.
Listen,
Well,
I understand that, Brown. And listen, I've never liked how bad he beats up Aaron Rodgers. But this year, you came back. You knew what you were coming back to. The receiver was gone. You've got a bunch of young receivers. It doesn't do you any good to be out there doing this and doing this and throwing your helmet and all that. You need to be coaching up your guys. I mean, it's okay if you're chewing them out.
Well,
chew them out like Brady chews his guys out, or chew them out like somebody else chews their, or go over and coach them up like Manning used to do. But don't sit there and just be the this guy sucks. I threw it over there and they weren't there. They dropped it. That doesn't do you any good.
Well,
so
I was watching
I'd bench him too.
Before Monday Night Football last night, the NFL Countdown, they had that mentalist guy on who was incredible. I can't remember his name. But one of the panelists, they were talking about Aaron Rodgers, and he said, hey, this guy has not been the same quarterback since he started taking that apachaya or whatever that stuff is. Ayahuasca, whatever he's taking.
Apachaya.
Yeah.
How do you know he hasn't been doing ayahuasca for years?
I don't know, but I'm just saying when people start saying that out loud, and this is a former NFL player, and
I think when he stopped washing
his
his hair is when it started.
But Brown brings up a point, though. When he says it in camp, you're thinking, man, if Aaron Rodgers is 14-3 this year, this ayahuasca is going to go through the roof. I'm going to go buy some ayahuasca stock.
Yeah.
And all it's done is go.
I know,
because I wouldn't drink that right now. If
I absolutely not. You couldn't force that down my throat. Watching the way Aaron Rodgers is
because
playing.
apparently it'll make my hair fall out back here.
Where do I get that? Can I get that in the States?
They usually go to South America.
Yeah, South America.
But but he can't bring it back home.
Well, I'm sure he's Aaron Rodgers.
I think Chelsea Handler did one of her shows while she was on it.
Yeah, it's supposed
so
to
does it give you a big high?
It's a big trip. Yeah.
I think you're out of this world.
But it's a naturally occurring product,
You're
right?
in the spirit world with Chavez.
Yeah. So anyway, I wish I could remember which analyst it was. I want to say it was Randy Moss, but I'm not certain. He may not be on that show anymore. No, he is.
Fourth down.
What was the question again?
I don't even remember the question. I started talking about the Appalachia.
What's a better chance of happening, that Aaron Rodgers actually gets benched by the Packers or Bryce Young actually shuts it down before the season?
It's more likely Bryce shuts it down. They're not going to bench Rodgers.
At some point, because of injury, he'll need to get something taken care of.
Yeah. Tripp says Rodgers has said in an interview he uses that ayahuasca for 2 to 3 years.
Okay, well, they're the one seed the last 2 years.
What?
Ayahuasca.
I mean, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to say it right either, I'm sure.
You're this close to saying Applebee's.
Hey, would you take it once a week for a year if you could have won the Powerball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes. Is there a chance there is an ayahuasca
there you go.
Is that what we got?
Female detention center somewhere?
Seriously? Well, they
that they're begging their hands. Damn it, Brown, say the name right.
Hey, if Dunaway had to do a live for him, how many times would he say it right?
Oh, my God.
The Resposado.
I would like to see his segue for it.
Ayahuasca. Listen, no matter where you are in the world, whether it's Wisconsin or ayahuasca, remember.
Okay, Gordon Ramsay, 56 today. Better career, Gordon Ramsay or Eli Manning?
Eli Manning, easy. Oof. I don't even know what Gordon Ramsay is. So he cooks and he does a TV show.
Oh, he owns like bajillions of restaurants.
Yeah, he's one of the best chefs ever.
Is he won 2 Super Bowls?
He calls women donkeys.
Though, is he considered really one of the best chefs of all time?
Yeah. Oh, I think he was.
No, if he weren't on TV, you wouldn't know who he was.
He freaking cooked for the Prime Minister and the Queen.
Because he's on TV. If he weren't on TV.
This was before he was on TV.
Oh, Jeff Foxworthy's on TV.
I mean,
by the way, if Eli's last name was Brown, nobody be talking about
Eli.
Eli.
He's won 2 Super Bowls,
So is Jim Plunkett. Nobody gives a shit about Jim Plunkett.
You just brought him up. That's the proof.
Because he's on TV.
No, that's not the proof. It's the guy that's won 2 Super Bowls that nobody cares about. Be Eli Brown.
But you know his name. That's my point.
Gordon Ramsay, much more successful than Eli Manning.
He was going to be an amazing soccer player, but he had a bad knee injury.
Yeah, everybody says that.
But, I mean, is he just considered a good chef because he's on television like Judge Judy? I mean, Judge Judy's not one of her best American chefs.
That's right. He's got a bunch of shows. Considered one of the best chefs in the world.
He has 7 Michelin stars, which is like winning a Super Bowl.
So he changes tires?
Knew it was coming.
I knew it. That point did make a really good point. Judge Judy owns a bunch of crap and she's on TV too. Doesn't make her a great judge just because you're on TV.
She's more successful, though.
She was a judge before that, though.
But was she a good one?
Was she a good one?
She got a TV show out of it.
Well, that doesn't make you a good judge.
Hey, we
know,
need a
but
TV show.
But I think it is established that Gordon Ramsay was viewed as one of the greatest chefs on the planet.
Ask Lunsford, how many of those Michelin stars came before he was on TV?
Probably all of them.
Yeah, most of them.
That's how he got his job.
Because he doesn't work anymore. He just does TV shows. He saves other restaurants.
I mean,
he owns now.
Yeah, 75% of chefs are dicks, but he just was able to parlay it into a really
He was
good
a funny
career.
dick.
Yeah.
He did it all, earned all of his awards. Now he owns everything. Eli Manning did it all, won some awards, and it's sitting on his butt now.
And using his name.
You know what Gordon Ramsay didn't have? A ceiling.
Super Bowl winning drive.
A name.
Yeah.
Eli Manning did where he played college.
I
saw
love
that
your
is-
discounting of Eli Manning.
That is 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Would not be a Hall of Famer if it wasn't for his name. 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Is he even in the Hall of Fame?
Who, Eli?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I don't know if he'll get there. He probably will because of his name.
And our state bet updates are brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop brings us state bets updates. We're dead even right now. More wins the rest of the way, getting you the bowl games included. I'll take Ole Miss. You'll take Jeff Saturday and the Colts. So I've got a 4-8 ratio, and one of those games is against Alabama, right? Is that what it comes down to?
Yeah, I don't think he wins another game.
Seems like a silly state bet.
It
but
really
I'll
does
do it
when
anyway.
you say it out loud like that. But
I've
you
got
are
4
betting.
games. You got 8.
Have you looked at Ole Miss's schedule?
I have, but I've got Ole Miss.
Right.
And 4 games only. I mean, just mathematically, if Ole Miss wins all of 4 of their games, you've got 8 games to try to win more games. Right? Is that what we're doing?
Right.
Yeah.
But
Seems like
on
a dumb stake bet on my end.
On the other hand, you're betting against basically an Angels in the outfield story.
Yeah.
A kid that's never coached football, and we just throw him into the toughest job in the world, an NFL coach. Every game is a one-possession game.
They're not building rockets tomorrow.
I know. Every game's a
every
one-possession
game is a one-possession game.
And we think this guy's just going to walk on a sideline and win 4 games.
With Sam Ellinger at quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Was that a time thing for me?
We got 2
time
more
check.
segments and 7
Okay.
more spots.
Okay, got it, Dunaway. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers. 2 locations to serve you. Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When we come back, Jimbo Fisher on a couple of serious questions that LT's been talking about 3 or 4 years now.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Jimbo Fisher, a couple of pointed questions at his news conference. We'll react to those after LT tells us about one of his favorite places on earth, and one of ours too, the Floribama.
Hey, look, we're going to be back the Floribama on December 9th and 10th for Army-Navy. It's something we talked about with Steve Powers and the great group at Floribama back in July when we were out there, and we've got it locked and loaded. But they want to remind you, the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge, has numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests plan their schedules around beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. To view these events, you can just go online. You can go to floribama.com/annual events. And if you're in the area in the next couple of weeks, stop by the Old River Grill or the Yacht Club for great food. The Old River Grill, I think I ate there 7 times that week.
Oh, love it. Love it. Wish I was there right now. Wish we were back at that week, but we'll get a new one coming up very soon at the Floribama. Great music, but just a chance to hang out with great people. That's what I enjoyed most about just hanging out with the people at the Floribama. Look forward to getting back there.
And we're going to have some interaction with listeners. So hopefully we're going to have some good deals on accommodations where you guys can come out, hang out with us during Army-Navy.
All right, looking forward to that coming up. You'll get more about that in a few weeks. Jimbo Fisher gets asked how frustrating this season has been for him as the head coach.
For you personally, how frustrating has this season been?
Not frustrating, it's disappointing. You don't get frustrated. You get frustrated, you make bad choices, you quit coaching, you quit, you look at different things for a different reason. When you're disappointed, you reason why things are going wrong, where the problems are, and you keep coaching your tail off. And it's disappointing because you had a chance to have a good team, still have a chance to have a good team, and haven't found those inches in those plays. But at the same time, disappointment is part of life, and you deal with it, and how you deal with it, and you get the guys better, and you teach off of it. I mean, you teach from it as you go going forward, and some of the tough times make the great times that much better.
I don't think the SEC is going to have enough teams with multiple teams likely in the college football playoffs to have a team in the Birmingham Bowl this year.
Yep, I don't think so.
But that would be their goal right now, is to get to be Birmingham Bowl eligible or Liberty Bowl eligible or whatever, just get to 6 wins. But here's the one that LT is waiting on. Jimbo Fisher gets asked how badly they need a win this week. They're going to play Auburn, and here's what Jimbo Fisher says.
With everything going on, how bad do you need a win on Saturday night at Auburn?
Well, you always need a win. You need to win every week. I don't know if it's any worse than any time else, because to me, I need to win every time I play. That's just me, and that's the way you got to look at it. And you can't say I need this win more than the other, because it makes you do things that are. You got to play the moment, play the game, get the results you want based off how you perform each and every week. I mean, the big picture, you can say that, but in our world, you don't look at that. You look at, what do I got to do to play well? What do I got to do to execute this play? What do I got to do to execute the next play? And how many plays in a row I can do it on and be consistent at it and make the plays that allow you to be successful to win the game.
They're playing an interim coach. The loser is the last place team in the West. He needs this win badly, doesn't he?
Well, he said you always want to win. He hasn't had a win since September 24th. He went 0 for October.
And Clay mentioned it. There was a lot of talk about it this weekend, that the one conference win they've got in their 1-5 conference slate this year was as fortunate a win as you just about could have. A 100-yard pick six return for a touchdown, 14-point swing, and then the team you're playing hit the upright.
Only because it was at an NFL stadium. It
That's
goes
right.
over the upright in
a college stadium. Yeah. So if he loses these next two and goes 1-7 in conference, we will be through 5 years of Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, and his conference record will be 22-19. I mean, that is beyond unacceptable.
There is no way imaginable. There's no way I imagined this season could get this bad.
No, I don't think anybody did. I think they've
even
got
you.
to.
Yeah, even you.
No, even me.
You've always said Jimbo's not what
I said that one thing you can count on is an 8-4. That's what I thought coming into the season. I never foresaw there's a possibility of a 4-8 here, because if they drop the game at Auburn and LSU, they're going to be 4-8.
4-8.
4-8. 1-7 in conference, and 22-19.
That gets you looks at Vanderbilt. I mean, you're 4-8 at Vanderbilt. That gets you going.
Yeah.
So
we really want to keep this guy another year.
Clay said, "Look, by about $200 million if you're going to buy him out, and then you're going to have to, pony up for another coach,
and buy out assistants, and then pay the other coaches."
But if he goes 4-8, I mean, what do you guys do?
I want him out.
I mean, if this was the old school Japanese culture, he'd walk out in the middle of Kyle Field and stick a sword through his stomach.
That seems extreme, right?
Yes, but if it was old Japanese, he is right.
But it seems extreme.
I mean, the way his luck is, he'd miss.
He'd kill himself with honor.
I mean, he would stick himself. But
they do the coin toss and the refs run away, and he walks out there. Do you do it at Jordan Hare, or do you have to wait for a home game for that?
No, you would do it at Kyle Field.
Okay.
Yeah, against LSU.
Probably
Coach, do you expect to bleed out? Well, I always expect to bleed out.
What would the ratings be on that game against LSU if it was?
If we knew
if we lose,
he's killing himself with honor.
I'm going to impale myself with a sword.
I mean, I'd watch. Would you watch?
Yeah. Hey, he loved A&M so much. Woo! He killed himself
because one of two things might happen at that point. It's especially for Alabama fans. If A&M was to pull off the upset against LSU, Alabama could still get into the SEC championship, and if not, Jimbo's going to off himself.
Evan's right, but they still have to pay the buyout. Do they have to pay it to his nearest next of kin?
Or just imagine it's all right, we got to take him off the field somehow. Awkward. Coming back after this moment from Gillette.
Yeah.
Cue the duck. Oh, bad times there.
No, but this is, if you want to call it disappointing, bad, whatever, let's just call it the most disappointing season in college football.
This year?
Yeah, most disappointing team.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think the last time we had one this bad in the SEC.
This disappointing?
Yeah.
Tennessee in 06 maybe?
No. I'll tell you who
Auburn
it is. No. It's Alabama. DuBose last year. They were picked to contend for the national championship by a lot of people, and he ends up getting fired, and they're 3-9.
3-8.
3-8, whatever it was, and embarrassed themselves.
Yeah.
That was probably it.
Probably the last time. Yep. That's a good one. All right. That's Jimbo Fisher's situation as they come down to play Auburn. Connor Wegman will start for the Aggies in that contest. As you know, if you're counting of just names, third different starting quarterback. If you're doing it in the order, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've changed starting quarterbacks 5 times now.
That's healthy.
Yeah.
It's a good way to win.
But they're back to Connor Wegman.
Wegman looks to be the best option.
Yeah, he's the best option. When we come back, the day the earth shook in Baton Rouge 2.0.
So overplayed.
Damn it. It's twice.
We can't push it later in the show now. We'll have to do the overhyped segment
Brown
next.
Bandit strikes again.
Right here. We're back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Storm Restoration Roofing bringing us the most overrated story in the 4 hours today, according to Brown. But one thing that's not overrated is our buddy Greg Nelson at Storm Restoration Roofing. He sent a picture from on top of one of our viewers' roof yesterday and said, quote, "I've never been this hot on a roof in November." I mean, it got hot yesterday, and he was on the roof. It felt like a summer's day, and he was under that November roof yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 80s right now, aren't we?
I think so.
I had to wear this stupid shirt for a skit. I'm going to be hot the rest of the day. Yep.
Yeah. But Greg
Committed
Nelson,
to your craft.
Yep.
Greg Nelson will take care of your roof, whether it's hot or cold outside. He'll get on that roof for you, even if it's a heat wave in November like he was yesterday for one of our great Next Round viewers and listeners. He'll do it for you, a free no-cost inspection. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. You should, too. It is Greg Nelson. He and his wife, family-owned, locally owned, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. In 1988, a late touchdown by LSU gave LSU a 7-6 upset over number 1 Auburn, I believe at the time, or very highly rated Auburn. And the earth shook at the LSU Science Center just a few blocks away from Tiger Stadium, and it's called the Earthquake Game. Well, the other night, with Nick Saban and Alabama in town and Brian Kelly's first chance to knock off the king, this happened. Here's the voice of Chris Blair on the LSU Sports Network.
So now LSU on offense. First down and 10 at the 25. Daniels going to keep trying to get to the edge. Gets by one defender. Cuts inside a blocker at the 20. Got another block at the 15. 10, 5. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers. Jaden Daniels. 25-yard run. One play and a score.
So that's
Here
the
we go.
seismograph
Snap to Daniels.
at the Earthquake
Sprint out,
Center.
Throw to the right. Caught. Right corner of the end zone. Mason Taylor. Tigers win. Tigers win. Hey now. 32-31. And the fans storm the field. Wow.
So not an audio clip there, the audio movement there. It's actually the earth shaking.
Oh, come on. That's
I don't believe it either.
That's
I'm
like a professor's assistant just scribbling.
Yeah, I think somebody's over there nudging the machine. I don't believe it.
So you don't
But
think
he said, hey now.
Hey now.
you don't think the earth shook?
No, I think it might have, but not that
I
much.
mean, how much bigger did it go on
Yeah.
the 2-point conversion than the Jaden Daniels touchdown?
I'm
It's
going
like
to
3
need.
to 1.
Yeah, I'm going to need to
Well, the
see it.
two-point conversion won the game.
I'm going to need to see it compared to like a Category 5 earthquake or something like that.
Scott, you got that? Rockstar, you can look it up.
Actually, I think Category 5's hurricanes. I'm going to need it compared to a
5.0.
7 on the Richter scale. I just need to see how. Yeah, I mean, I don't know like what the little lines represent, what the big lines represent, as far as like steadiness. What?
You don't have to get so technical with the little lines and the big lines.
The little lines are going to be your normal
That's
movement
right.
of the earth.
That's right. But how much has the earth moved with those? Like,
So where do you think Lizzo getting out of bed is on this?
Yeah, Lizzo trips on her way to the toilet. You know, who knows? Hey, somebody told us in the chat room that Andre the Giant used to have to go in the bathtub and wash it down the drain because he couldn't fit on the toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's what somebody said. That, the
Dude,
Vulcan Tire chat
imagine
room, I
him on a
swear.
regular commode. Any bathroom.
That is a needle in a haystack right there.
Yeah, but what if you had to come snake that drain?
Well, you know, everybody's got bad jobs.
That thing's done. Just move on.
Hey, does that guy have a ceiling that's got to snake that drain of Andre?
I mean, at that point, should they not just be like that at the zoo and just have two people walking behind with a shovel and a bucket?
No, he ought to have to shit in a hole. I mean, that's too much.
All right, that's our show today. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Don't forget, Thursday night, we're at Bud Light Game Night, Trussville Social, 5 to 7. And don't forget, you can see the wonderful Clydesdales in town. First chance to see them, Piggly Wiggly on Tyler Road in Hoover, 2 to 4. And there's an opportunity to take pictures there, too. Piggly Wiggly, Tyler Road in Hoover, 2 to 4 on Thursday. And then again, they're part of the Veterans Day Parade on Friday. Saturday, they're in the Lakeview District, 2 to 4. Photos available there with the Clydesdales. And then Sunday, they're up in Coleman, right there at the Christmas market. So go see the Clydesdales while they're in town, and we'll show you some pictures of them, too, here on the show before they get out of town as well. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.